been in Indiana racing forever, and he's got some nice Indiana breds, and that was a good showing for him yesterday. But let's talk about today. We have 9 race card. 1 through 8 are thoroughbred. 9 is quarter horse. Someone's playing Mario. And definitely a very nice day, a nice group of races, I'll tell you. We didn't have very many scratches. We are muddying off, but going to make the best of it today here, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we're off the turf, but a little bit windy outside, and then the rain
is.
stopped a little bit ago, but just don't take our word for it.
Let's listen to Chris's opinion, as he is a trained meteorologist. Chris?
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Well, the better half of the day is into the afternoon. Skies slowly clearing here over the next couple of hours. We'll break some sunshine through about 4 to 5 p.m. Temperatures don't warm up much, though. Many of us holding in the mid-50s. A little chilly for this time of year, but not too far off. Clearing skies, some late day sunshine through the evening hour 6, and then staying clear into 7 p.m., holding at about 50 degrees by then. Rachel, back to you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, mild weather. I got my hand warmers, you guys, because I'm on Fox today, so.
She's prepared.
I'm prepared.
Not just one.
Not just one. I've got 4, and I've got 2 layers of everything on.
Well, you know what? You're a trooper. You'll be bringing it to them live from the elements. Fortunately, Chris said it's just going to be a little cool out there, but not bad. So no rain. You won't melt.
Oh, thank you. Rain. Jimmy Mack knows when I'm here, when he's here, and it's a big day, it starts raining, Rachel goes flying inside. Remember that one derby? It started raining. We all went rain in the paddock. But yeah, we'll still have a great day. Let's look at some replays from yesterday where we had a couple of very nice overnight handicaps. And Louis Contreras, though, with a very nice double on the card. He started in race 4.
Yeah, in the 4th race for Miguel Silva here on Angel's Legacy, was hooked up with Bazzano, that class-jumping favorite from the Gorham barn, and they battled tooth and nail the entire way through the stretch. And Angel's Legacy at 9-1 ended up paying $20.20, and that helped boost that early pick 5 payout there. And this was the first on the day for Luis Contreras, who's new to our colony this year, former rider up at Woodbine, but did prevail in a strong stretch ride here.
Is it true that the Queen's Play is pretty much like the Kentucky Derby of Canada, right?
Yeah, it's similar.
So
it's
it's like their version of their big race. And he's won that a couple times. Really nice guy, too. I got to interview him, and he's just a real class act, well-spoken guy. So glad to see him getting some doubles here in the meet. $20, too. Ain't mad about that. And then in race 8, Jimmy Mack's pick to kick off the overnight handicaps, Kingsbury Road there in the Strong Tide. Woo, look at that view. I bet that was fun to call.
Yeah, he's way out wide here in the blue and white for the Gorham barn. It's number 10, Kingsbury Road, comes to tackle right now, striking the front in those blinkers. And prior to this, he had won 2 races in the off-going, and this was his 3rd win in 5 starts on a off-track, and just was much the best here. And ended up paying $13 in his own right.
Look how good. It looks like he's running for fun there at the end, didn't it? Then we'll go to race 9. This wasn't Louis. It was Joseph Billmere, but definitely want to show that other handicap. Fireball Baby was one of my favorite mares. That Strong Tide was one of my favorite horses, too. But the 6th, I thought maybe it might not be her day today, but she is a beast. Corningstone just making him look bad for Kenny McPeak here.
Yeah, she made a move in the middle of the turn, and just was a matter of when the seas were going to part, and Joseph just said, let's not get in her way, and he guided her to the outside and comes storming by him here and just won by open links and ended up paying okay. I mean, she was 1-2 and then looked like a swish, but she pushed her earnings up to over $900,000. She's an all-time leading filly Indiana bred.
Yeah, I was I left my notes upstairs. I was upstairs looking at all the highest earners, and then I was down with Michelle and Aaron Thompson and everybody, and we were looking it all up. And Jay Oringer and I were talking when we had the Piedi Bianchi this year. Corningstone won it, and that's what knocked Piedi out of the top.
Winning that race?
Earnings. So, like, in the Piedi Bianchi, Corningstone dethroned Piedi Bianchi.
I wonder if, speaking of the similar situation, Fireball Baby she had won, 7 premier races?
Yes.
I don't know how many
I would love.
Here, I don't think she has. But,
no, I don't think she's passed her there.
But I still think there's about 3 of them tied with those premier wins.
Yeah,
but,
I need to look up how many
who's
won the most, because I bet it would be her, because she ran in them over and over every year, and she was always in the money in most of them.
And Richard was here yesterday and told us that she's turning into she's a brood mare, doing well, and has one on the ground and in foal again.
Yep. He's super excited about it, and I am too. So her first foal, I think, just sold, I believe, or maybe that was what Pietti's full. I'm getting them all confused. I have so many retired, so many mares.
Well, Gabrielle's 21 now, so Rachel, you're getting up in the age here. So
I really am.
But
yeah, a lot of
speaking
really
getting
nice
up there,
ones.
Brad Cox is getting up there in the
Brad
trainer
Cox
standings. He had a
is
couple of
getting up
wins
there.
on the program yesterday.
Training double for him, and then also want to mention one of our top trainers as well, Tim Eggleston, had 1 thoroughbred and 1 quarter horse win, but still a training double on the card as well. Brad's got some in today. An interesting start of the day. But yeah, I do want to remind you guys that we have our 2026 dates out as well.
Yeah, they came out a couple of days ago, and we were approved at last Monday's Horse Racing Commission meeting, and live racing will return April 7th. I'm sure Larry Ravelli's happy to hear about that. He just texted me a shout out, said he'll be watching on Fox Sports today, and he thinks we're jinxing him on that 1,000 wins. But April 7th through November 13th next year. And
Larry, you've got a really good shot today. I'm not going to say anything else.
I'll say it.
Okay,
he
good.
can hold me accountable.
Okay.
But yeah, so the Indiana Derby next year is going to be Saturday, July 11th, and just excited to get back here next year.
Yeah, Evan Roman is 9 away. We're waiting for him to get his 1,000th, and I'll let you say the other thing because I am a jinx, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so Evan got that win. So he's at 991. He's 9 away. The Rivster, we know you're watching. We just got your text. He's just 1 away, and jinx removed. He's got several chances at Hawthorne today, and I'm sure Jim Miller's ready for that big old poster, if you will.
It's what, better off that he gets it there, right?
Yeah, he's done a lot of, the majority of his wins have come in Chi-Town, and that's where he started. And Ravelli's he's our guy, and we're rooting for him here. And we haven't been putting the kibosh on you there, Larry.
No, promise. And then also, we do want to give you guys some more names to talk about. I love Tammy's notes. I literally went through all Tammy's notes from the last month and got a bunch of good information for Fox today. But yeah, she got us this good one during the month of October. There have been 16 racing days. Final day, Ramos has won 24, the most of any rider in this month.
Yeah, he's been on fire. Like we saw yesterday, he went in a little lull there for a little bit, but since he came out of it, he's been winning. And in 24 races, a lot of those were for Randy Klopp, who in the training rank side of it has won the most. He's had 13 wins this month as well.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's the usual suspects lately. And then Southwest Racing and Bruce and Lori Murphy, which is Gennaro, Bruce, and Lori, have teamed up for 5 wins over 4 wins recorded by Reese Ranch. So definitely some hot connections in this month, and definitely a really nice couple of wins that were handicaps too for Bruce.
Yeah, and Sleepy's been doing very well.
Yep.
Okay, he's 3 for 3 his last 3 races, and in October, so that one comes from the barn as well. But yeah, Bruce, they got them 5 wins, and a couple of those on their on Champions Day, where I have supporting here with the swag.
Yeah, I love
Shameless plug, but October movers we talk about now. Let's talk about something happened in November, Rachel.
Yes, in November, we do have a couple of things happening. Tuesday, November 11th is Veterans Day, and then closing day is the 13th, and I'm going to be awarding all of the leading trainer, jockey, and owner for Thoroughbred. Same for Quarter Horse, Apprentice Jockey for Thoroughbred, and Horse of the Year. So it's very much wrangling children. You probably will be doing more than one race that day. So definitely a fun day. But I think what Jimmy Mac's talking about is Veterans Day. We're going to have a lot of fun and raise money for a very good cause.
Yeah, that day we dedicated to those who serve and protect our country. Plus, we'll have nationally known handicappers. We've been talking about that. We have about a dozen of those. We're going to place $250 wagers into the late pick 5, and all that money goes actually into the pool. So all proceeds from that are earmarked to the Hoosier Veterans and Families, the HVAF, so near and dear to our hearts here. And we hope we can hit several of those pick 5s and send them folks some money. And also that day we have that $2,500 Veterans Day contest courtesy of the Indiana HVA, and you have 2 NHC final seats for that.
Yeah, going to be having that on. We're going to qualify if you win. That's like a kind of a kicker to the win for the handicapping contest. Then we have another qualifier that you can buy into on
December 6th?
December 6th, yes, thank you. And then we're going to go ahead and get to Vegas in March.
Let's go.
I sat with Jimmy Mac the whole time last time. I was just like, Jimmy Mac had the sweetest table right by where I had to do TV. So
it was
I
close to the
kind
stage,
of fell in
it
love
was
with
close
your
to the
friends you were
bar,
sent
close to the
with.
mutual windows.
Those guys could not believe the crazy things that were coming out of my mouth.
No, they loved it.
Was nothing. I did not disappoint. Timmy Mack was like,
They were
"This is
actually
Rachel.
here.
Be entertained."
They were here the last
I know.
NHC contest we had.
I saw him.
Did
He
you?
came up and said hi to me. They came up and said hi to me. I love those
Yeah,
guys.
cool guys. I've hung out with them a lot over the last couple decades. But they'll be back, and if you guys haven't qualified, that's probably one of the last ditch efforts
Yeah.
you can get in, unless
It's
you
a
actually
soft
go to
spot,
Vegas and do
too.
that day before one.
Yeah, it's not a lot of people
No.
come. So I mean, we get a good turnout. I'm not saying not a lot of people come, but it's not like when you're going to one of these huge tracks and there's tons of people you're going up against. You play strategy. I've learned a lot about it since I've been,
It's
hosting
definitely a
Yeah.
different. The live money thing's a lot different
I
than the
have learned
one you
so
go in for the
much.
2 to win in place, and it's a good angle. And look, on this one is really key. She said it's not that big of a pool. You actually can get 3 entries. You can buy 3 entries. It's what is it, $500?
Yeah,
$500
live money
buy-in, and we pay out the top few spaces. Of course, we're going to feed you here, probably get you some swag while you're here playing, and then hopefully we can get you to Vegas. And it's actually a good time. I played in one of them last year here, and I'll probably be here on December 6th myself.
Yep, good. All right, everybody, we're gonna get out of here a little bit early so Rachel can get down and prepare for Fox Sports. We're on FS2 today, Race Day at the America. I think Lafitte's on today, I heard, and they're gonna be talking about Breeders' Cup.
Flexing.
Yeah, I get to talk to Lafitte. Let me tell you something about Lafitte since we got a few minutes. Have you ever met him?
Once in Louisville about 20 years ago.
That man, I've talked to him a million times.
In the Highlands, so
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
So I walk in the Naira bus, me and Chris Griffin go in there, and I'm getting to meet all these people that I hear and talk to, which is different when you see them in person. I have never met a person who is so genuinely how you talk to some people and they're obviously half but
Not
paying
paying
attention.
attention,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry, I almost cussed, but they're half paying attention. Lafitte is a very genuinely nice guy. He'll stare you right in your eyes and just had a really nice conversation with me. And it's always so nice when you meet those people, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they're really nice.
Yeah, and they're not.
Yeah.
A different
Yeah, a
adjective.
different person
Yeah.
than what you think they're going to be. So
No, he is a really good guy.
they
Comes
always
from a
say
good
don't
family.
meet your heroes or
His
whatever.
dad was my favorite, still my favorite jockey ever.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited. If you guys want to watch us over on FS2, we're on America's Day at the Races on Thursdays. Next Thursday is going to be the last one. But definitely, I think we can make some money today. There's some horses in here that have never ran. It's going to be an interesting start to the day. And then I'm interested to see how that late pick 5 is going to play today as well.
Yeah, that's a really, really good sequence. Both pick 5s I like, but of the 2, that's the one that I'm really drawn toward because I think it's we're going to have a couple decent payouts in there, and I think it could really pay. And if you noticed yesterday, the pick 5 probably paid more than it should have as short prices some of those horses were.
Yeah.
And
you made
we
a
were
point
all
with
over it.
Cornerstone.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
all over it. So hopefully we can put you on some winners today. Rachel's going to be here in the house also, like she said, on Fox Sports. And that's about it, right?
That's about it. We are going to cut you guys loose, take a quick commercial break, but the show is not over. We do have the expert opinion of Mr. Brian Aragoni to go
Speaking
over
of
your
pick 5s.
early pick. Been nailing them
3
left
this
and
week.
right. 3 this week. Get his tip sheet for free on social media. If you're here on property, head down to the first floor OTB counter. For me and Jimmy Mack on this soggy Thursday, we're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Horseshoe Indianapolis is saluting all veterans Tuesday, November 11th with a special Veterans Day racing program at 2:10 p.m. Nationally known handicappers place wagers into the Pick 5 to raise funding for Hoosier veterans and families. Plus, play in the $2,500 Veterans Day handicapping contest, sponsored by Indiana HBPA. Let's salute the veterans Tuesday, November 11th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 and exit 109 in Shelbyville. More information available on social media at HS Indy Racing.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
welcome back to the final day of racing here in October at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But we kick off Breeders' Cup weekend here at Horseshoe Indy. You may not have racing up in New York today, but you've got plenty of racing in the Midwest, both here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Hawthorne as well. Get some bigger fields, some bigger payouts, some bigger purses as well. So certainly an intriguing day, also racing over in Churchill as well. So racing across the Midwest, we are muddy and off the turf, but the rain and wind has avoided us, thankfully, thus far on October 30th in Shelbyville. But let's take a look at these first 5 races, put together a pick 5 ticket on how I structured it, but more or less just going to go over how I viewed the first portion of the card. Take what you want, leave some others. I strongly encourage you to do your own handicapping because it's never too fun losing other people's money by any means. So let's take a look at race number 1, a mile and 70 yards on a muddy main track. Scratch number 2, Bravitas, out of this event. I'm going to go 3 deep in here. Bizarro, probably the horse to beat. Tony Grannis, Joe Ramos. I think there's a couple of others to take a look at, though. Thaboot, Richard Estevanco has got quite a few in here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today. He's only got 12 starts. One of them has been victorious. He owns and trains the 5-horse here, this 3-year-old Chestnut by Nyquist with Victor LeBron aboard, a horse who's been favored in 4 out of the last 6 starts, but remains winless. Has been a money burner over at Belterra. Now comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis with some early speed. I think that horse is somewhat intriguing. And then Ballycotton Bay. Not much to go off on paper for Ballycotton Bay, is 0 for 9 with only a 2nd and 2/3. But Randy Klopp, Fernando de la Cruz, sometimes it's just that simple. And in this case, I believe it is. All the numbers are good. Stretch out numbers, 20% for Randy Klopp. Second start off of over 180 days. I believe 22% Fernando de la Cruz. Ballycotton Bay could be a zebra for all I know, but with the connections in a race like this, I'm still going to use the horse. 4, 5, and 7 for me, simply trusting the connections on the outside runner. But Bizarro is the horse to beat. I'll take a stand against TCAC and Gimmel. Interesting note, Bentley Combs, he's winning at 38% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but the more you dive into that, it's not necessarily that simple. In fact, there's been no starters in the past 5 months at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and the owners are winless when they come to Indy, and they've never used this rider. So I didn't know what to make of that. Charles Gerber hasn't had much success with Bentley Combs, even though he's winning at 20% of the year. They're winless recently at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but a couple years back, Bentley Combs made some hay here at Horseshoe Indy with 38% win rate. So make what you want there, but I'm going to play against TCAC in the opener. Race number 2, made in 15,000. Scratch your inside runner, Bella's Charm, along with the 4 Stands to Reason. 1 and 4 out of this event. I thought long and hard about singling Gray V, a 3-year-old. Gray gelding by Unbridled Express in this sired event in here for Tracy Wisner. Fernando de la Cruz going to be aboard. I think he's sitting on plenty of winners throughout the day. I just couldn't get over how badly this 3-year-old Gray just stopped last time out. Longtime leader, stepped away, was well clear at the top of the lane, but absolutely walked home that final 100 yards. And if it happens again today, I think somebody's going to come get him on the money. But if I'm playing 2 tickets, I'm probably going to single Gray V as well. I expect this horse to go off favored in this spot with the scratch of Stands to Reason. I do think this horse is going to take the lion's share of the wagering versus Officer Gamble, who exits a very slow maiden special weight event and now gets a ton of class relief and hasn't been seen since May. So make what you want of that. The 8 could be a potential single if you're looking to narrow this ticket down. In here, maybe go a little bit lighter. I think Fernando de la Cruz sitting on a very, very big day, and that day will potentially be looking for a pure hat trick with Your Quick. Cherie DeVoe, Haphazard Racing, Fernando de la Cruz in here. The blinkers going on. This horse is trained better than they've ever run, and now they get a ton of class relief, but they're not waving the white flag by any means. They're not eligible for a tag. They're putting the blinkers on, but thought they had a good one. Debuted at Ellis Park. Then went over to Kentucky Downs running for some big money. They get into a realistic spot and find a field that is ripe for the picking. 7-2 horse that was bound to take some action for Owen Hardy did scratch out of this event. Your Quick 4-1 on the board. Turf to dirt in play, cutting back, continues to train very well. Cherie DeVoe need not a map to our winner's circle, and I'm sure she will be watching Horseshoe Indianapolis from Del Mar, the beautiful Del Mar, where the Breeders' Cup is, but Your Quick is strictly the horse to beat. Got some first-time starters in here. Brittany Vandenberg hasn't always dominated with first-time starters by any means. She's 2 for 28 with firsters. She's been a little bit chilly lately. In the last 5 months, she's only winning at 13%. Of course, Amy does come. As far as I know, he will be aboard the $50,000 OBS Vaporizer. And then you've also got an inside runner, Daytona Dan. This 2-year-old colt by Into Mischief, Candy Drawer, a $400,000 OBS sale purchase, has been training very well at Keeneland, has been hard used in most of the works, but has been winning the works, continues to find more, stays on very evenly. And then Obelisk, Lindsay Schultz, and Danny Sheehy. It wasn't more than a week ago, Lindsay Schultz gave Dave Portnoy over at Barstool his first winner on a Monday at Parks for the first-time starter. But this 2-year-old colt by Divisadero is a homebred for Hannah Bush. It's her first time teaming up with Lindsay Schultz in here. While Schultz wins at a very high rate elsewhere, she hasn't always sent the livest of animals from her barn. Here, she's 1 for 12 at Indianapolis, and only the 4th time she's going to team up with Danny Sheehy. So make what you want of that. There's some first-time starters that can run very well, but I like the experience of Your Quick. I like the outside post draw. Fernando de la Cruz could be looking for a pure hat trick come race number 3 around 3:15 Eastern Standard. Race number 4, the Late Fire 5 returns to the 4th race. We snuck in an extra thoroughbred race yesterday. We go back to 8 today. So that Late Fire 5, 11.99%, take out the lowest in the country, will begin in the 4th race. Scratch numbers 7 and 9 out of this event. In here, I'm going to go 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm going to use horses with experience at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Not going to use too many of the other shippers in here. Prince of Pennies is a horse that I didn't really want to use. I thought Michelle Elliott had this horse going in the right direction, got off to 0 for 12, 0 for 13 start, and then finally things clicked this season. It looked like a new animal, looked very good. In fact, won 2 out of 3 and did so in dominating fashion with some huge buyers. Has since gone to the shelf. Something clearly went amiss after that turf race. Didn't work out for a long time. Comes back today. But even though something went amiss with Gutierrez aboard and how fast Prince of Pennies is, this 5-furlong race could be over before anyone knows it. Even with Prince of Pennies being gone that long, the horse has always been able to get 5. It's that extra half furlong or 6 furlongs that has been a little bit tricky for Prince of Pennies in the past, but the layoff is certainly a concern. You've got John Heron and Bella's Prayer, a unique one in here, potentially a very favorable price. And then the 9-year-old, Keeping It Classy. I think this is the horse to beat. Second start off the layoff. The 10-time winner has 2 wins at the age of 9 this season after being winless last year. There's a lot to like about Keeping It Classy. I think that's the horse to beat. The upsetter in here could be Hatchie. Victor LeBron, Estevanco, you heard me talk about it. They're rolling out plenty of horses today. We'll see if they can get some paychecks along the way as well. 3, 4, 5, and 6 for yours truly in race number 4. As we move along to the 5th, first off-turf event of the day, scratch 1, 2, and 7 out of this event. 1, 2, and 7 out of this 1.70 yards for fillies and upwards. Sweet Saint is an intriguing sort in here, privately purchased since the last start by Randy Klopp. He's had plenty of success when he dives in and buys horses elsewhere. This horse has been favored in 3 out of 4 starts, has won 3 out of 4 starts. They've always been high on this horse. Debuted at Maiden Claiming, won at 15,000, non-winners of 2, and then very rarely do you go from that up to the allowance ranks. But that's what Sweet Saint has done. Second time routing today. Could prove tough in here, but I'm going to get a little bit creative with Charming Jazeel. Bob Gorham, he had a winner yesterday. He looks for another one in here. Luis Contreras has been riding great. Should get some pace set up in here. I think they're going to go pretty quick on the front end because Get Even Kid, your main track only, who does draw in, is going to have speed and is likely going to keep Sweet Saint company on the front end. It could set up for a horse like Charming Jazeel. For the Gorham gang in here, 5, 8, and 10. We roll along on a Thursday. We need to build that bankroll for Breeders' Cup or next Monday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I know I'm looking forward to next Monday at Horseshoe Indianapolis as well. We've only got a couple of weeks of racing left, but I do know a very good handicapper and an astute racing announcer has made his way up to the announcer's booth. He will take you through the scratches and changes shortly, and we'll be off and running on a Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Have a good Halloween, and best of luck on Thursday at Horseshoe or this weekend at the Breeders' Cup. Good luck.
afternoon, Rays fans. Welcome into the Horseshoe Indianapolis Thursday edition of racing here from Shelbyville. We are off the turf. The main track listed as muddy. 9 live races on the program here with a first post of 2:10. That's in about 20 minutes. Race fans, at this time, if you'll take out your racing programs, we can go over today's late program changes. Race number 1 to start the show starts at 50-cent early pick 5. In the opener, there is a scratch of number 2 Bravitas. Number 2 Bravitas out of the opener. The 2 is out of race 1, that mile 70 race. Race number 2 starts the $1 pick 4, races 2, 3, 4, and 5. In the second race, take out number 1 Bella's Charm. Number 1 Bella's Charm scratched. Also scratch the 4 Stands to Reason. So race 2, that early pick 4 starts there. With that 6 furlong sprint, take out numbers 1 and 4. In the third race, that maiden 2-year-old 5.5 furlong event, there is a jockey change for number 4 Sierra Power. Make the rider Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez, the jockey for the 4 Sierra Power. 2 scratches, take out number 6, Winter Holiday, and the 7, Altar Boy. Numbers 6, 7 are out of the third race. Fourth race kicks off the 50-cent pick 5, races 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. In that late fire 5, couple of changes there in the opening leg, race 4. Scratch number 7, JJ's Ranger. Number 7, JJ's Ranger scratch. The 9, El Rosillo is out as well. So in the fourth, scratch numbers 7 and 9 to kick off the late fire 5. Onward to the fifth race, where it has been taken off the turf. The mile goes to a mile and 70 on this main track. The main track currently listed as muddy. In the opening leg of that pick 4 presented by Itoba, scratch number 1, Sweet Heat. Scratch number 2, Pretty on the Prairie. Scratch number 7, Flowered. So the 1, 2, 7 all withdrawn out of the fifth. Jockey change for number 9, Amazingness. Make the rider Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell picks up the 9 as Get Even Kid, the main track only, has drawn in. Takes us to race number 6 on the program, free and clear of any changes. If you'll turn to the 7th race, that maiden 2-year-old special weight, the race has been taken off the turf. The distance now 1 mile 70 on the main. And sharpen your pencils, several changes here in race number 7. Scratch number 1, Mother Green. Scratch the 3, Vedra. Scratch the 4, Rip Current. Scratch the 5, Almuhira. Scratch the 6, Union Empress. Take out number 9, La Puma. Scratch the 12, Florentine Lady. Scratch the 13, Breaking Hearts. Also, scratch the 15, Ontology, and the 16, RBG. Ownership correction for the 14, which did draw in to Moongate Racing LLC. Those principals are Timothy Burr and Jesse Brown. So the 14 with that ownership correction, and also be aware of the 11, Legit Chick, drew in there as well as an MTO. With all those scratches, no pentafecta wagering there in the 7th as we page over to race number 8. In the 8th race, scratch number 2, Brooklyn Benny. Number 2, Brooklyn Benny has been scratched out of race number 8. 9th and final, a 330-yard quarter horse event. Ownership correction for the 2, Apolitical Hippie. That one will debut for owner Legacy Stables LLC. The principals Catherine Phillips and Charlene Harriet. Rider switch on the 5, I Run Quicker. Make the rider Christian Peñalosa. The rider for number 5, I Run Quicker there in the nightcap. Now, race fans, those are the program changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 9-race program, I will get those to you as they do so. We're off the turf. The main track listed as muddy. 9 races to start the program here in 16 minutes. Race 1 will kick off that early pick 5. Don't forget in the opener, take out the 2 with 6 left to go here. Race number 1. Good luck here in 16 minutes. We hope you have a great day at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Horses stepping trackside for the first of 9 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. In the opener from Horseshoe Indy, number 2 Bravitas has been scratched. The 2 is out of race 1. As we welcome everyone in from across the country, including Fox Sports here. First of 9 here will be at the gate in just a couple of minutes. We started off a mile 70 maiden claimer. One play show exacta try super starts at pick 3, starts a double, and it starts at 50 cents. Early pick 5 in just a couple of minutes. The field has turned. They're approaching the starting gate here for race 1 at Horseshoe Indy. Approaching the gate. Field loading in here for the opener from Horseshoe Indy. Race number 1, a maiden claimer to go mile 70, the first of 9 here this afternoon. Race 1 kicks off the early pick 5. Again, of course, we have the late fire 5. Starting in the 4th race, the Itoba pick 4. A $1 base bet will start in the 5th. Even money now on Koch with the blinkers off. Class dropping son of Yoshida here for Bentley Combs and Charles Gerber. To boot coming up for Estevanko and Scott. King Hazelton. Jerry Dixon Jr., the conditioner. And Ballycotton Bay, second race off the layoff, will load up to the outside for Randy Klopp and Fernando de la Cruz. They are at the post. They are racing at Horseshoe Indy. King Hazelton bounces out on top. Ballycotton Bay will flash speed to the outside there in second. Koch with the blinkers off the pace today is third and about 4 off the pace. To boot settles along in the 4th position on the run around the first turn. Then we trail back about 2.5 lengths to Bizarro, looking to make the 7th start, the lucky one, and the Indiana bred Gimmel is at the pack of the pack. 7 lengths from top to bottom. They work around the turn. They turn up the backside with 6 furlongs to travel in the opener at Horseshoe Indy. And up top, a headstrong King Hazelton showing the way. Ballycotton Bay pressures up to the outside. Meanwhile, Victor LeBron and To Boot tracking those leaders from 3rd. 2 lengths further back, Koch is 4th and about 5 off the pace. The Indiana bred Gimmel is up a spot, and Bizarro is 6th and trailing. They continue to run up the backside. They pass the half-mile stage. The first quarter, 23-4. The half-mile controlled tempo here, 48-1. Ballycotton Bay has been released as King Hazelton goes on in front by 1.5 lengths. To boot to the outside from second. Koch is catching the eye. Here comes Koch in the black and gold along the inside. He's going to have to work out a trip as Bizarro loops up to the outside as the complexion changes. Here comes Koch. Koch to the inside and Bizarro to the outside. King Hazelton just got passed on both sides as they reach the top of the home stretch. 3/4 in 1:14, and they turn on down for the money. Here's Bizarro right up to the outside of Koch with a furlong to go. Bizarro to the outside. Koch is battling back to the inside. Here's Koch up the inside and down the center. Gimmel, the Indiana bred, is coming with giant strides after Koch. Here's Gimmel up and after Koch, and Gimmel runs by them all. A last to first victory here. Just edges out Koch. It was a half a dozen links back to Bizarro and King Hazelton, and that's the opener from Horseshoe Indy in 1:45-3. Judges posting the top 4 finishers here in race 1 from the shoe. Race number 1 from Horseshoe Indy. The top 4 have been posted. Winner number 3, Gimmel. Second, number 1, Koch. Third was number 4, Bizarro. Fourth goes 6, King Hazelton. 3-1-4-6. 3-1-4-6. Into the winner's circle. Number 3, Gimmel. Indiana bred taking on Open Company here. Gets it done. Number 3, Gimmel, a 3-year-old dark bay brown gelded son by Honore P. out of the Hennessy mare named Emma Darling. The winner's owned by Shim Racing LLC of Scott Resnick, trained by Scotty Mullins and Evan Roman, with win 992, now 8 wins from 1,000. Evan Roman, the Eclipse Award-winning apprentice from 2016, nearing in on that 1,000 career win mark, takes out the opener here with number 3, Gimmel. Gimmel covered the mile 70, 145.61 seconds. The winner bred here in Indiana by St. Simon Place, LLC. Cynthia Mullins on hand there in the winner's circle with number 3, Gimmel, who starts the pick 5. 5-1 to start the show. 3-1-4-6 unofficial. And race 1 official, prices up. Gimmel, $12.60, $3.40, $2.20. Exacta 3-1, $23. The try, $15.65. Dime Super was worth $14.36. Onward to race number 2 at the shoe. Race number 2, post time in 21 minutes. In the second race, you're reminded, a couple of scratches. Take out number 1, Bella's Charm. Also the 4, Stands to Reason. 6 left to go in race number 2. It starts the $1 pick 4 on races 2, 3, 4, 5. They are racing at Horseshoe Indy. King Hazelton bounces out on top. Ballycotton Bay will flash speed to the outside there in second. To Koch with the blinkers off the pace today is third and about 4 off the pace. To Boot settles along in the 4th position on the run around the first turn. Then we trail back about 2.5 lengths to Bizarro, looking to make the 7th start, the lucky one, and the Indiana bred Gimmel is at the pack of the pack. 7 lengths from top to bottom. They work around the turn. They turn up the backside with 6 furlongs to travel in the opener at Horseshoe Indy. And up top, a headstrong King Hazelton showing the way. Ballycotton Bay pressures up to the outside. Meanwhile, Victor LeBron and To Boot tracking those leaders from third. 2 lengths further back, to Koch is 4th and about 5 off the pace. The Indiana bred Gimmel is up a spot, and Bizarro is 6th and trailing. They continue to run up the backside. They pass the half-mile stage. The first quarter, 23-4. The half-mile controlled tempo here, 48-1. Ballycotton Bay has been released as King Hazelton goes on in front by 1.5 lengths. To Boot to the outside from second. To Koch is catching the eye. Here comes To Koch in the black and gold along the inside. Is going to have to work out a trip as Bizarro loops up to the outside as the complexion changes. Here comes To Koch. To Koch to the inside and Bizarro to the outside. King Hazelton just got passed on both sides as they reach the top of the home stretch. 3/4 in 1:14, and they turn on down for the money. Here's Bizarro right up to the outside of To Koch with a furlong to go. Bizarro to the outside. To Koch is battling back to the inside. Here's To Koch up the inside and down the center. Gimmel, the Indiana bred, is coming with giant strides after To Koch. Here's Gimmel up and after To Koch, and Gimmel runs by them all. A last to first victory here. Just edges out To Koch. It was a half a dozen. They are
Race number 1 collapses. We'll see if that's a developing trend where speed not holding. Typically here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, you want to be near the lead, but not in race number 1. And the horses that came from the back of the pack did very well in the opener. We saw that with a couple of stakes races yesterday, in which that drying out track can often be a very tiring track up front. The horses with the most stamina do come home to score, like Gimmel did, as the state bred taking on Open Company gets the win in the opener at 5-1. Heavily backed T-Koch at 1-5. Couldn't take advantage of a perfect trip, and the backers left shaking their head. Race number 2, we've got $1 minimum pick 5 beginning. Scratch numbers 1 and 4 out of this event. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. 3-year-old state-bred competition, all looking for their first career victory. And I'm going to go to your outside runner. I thought there may be some value here, but it looks like that value is evaporated with Gray V. Tracy Wisner owns, trains, and bred this 3-year-old Gray Gelding by Unbridled Express out of Victoria Blue. The 2-time starter tried maiden special weight, debuted at about 60-1, losing to What Now Daddy, who was a very impressive winner and did take on winners for the first time and went back-to-back for What Now Daddy. Then got some class relief about 4 weeks later from maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming it was certainly an improved run. With that class relief, they went from an 18-length defeat to only beaten by about 2 lengths. They were the longtime leader. They stepped away. They were well clear at the top of the lane. In fact, I was thankful that I wasn't the announcer that day, as I would have been ringing up Gray V as an easy winner. However, Gray V did stop nearly to a walk the final 100 yards and ended up holding on for third, but just barely. I think Gray V is the one to catch to cash in here, is tactically drawn to the outside as they were last time. They're well spaced, been given about 4 or 5 weeks off in here, a month to the day since that last race for Gray V. I think this horse continues to improve. That early speed is something that not many can match, and I don't see many that are going to be able to keep up early despite their best efforts with Gray V. However, the concern is slowing down rapidly. So if you think you're home and cooled, hold on tight, because that final half furlong is going to be a little dicey for Gray V. But on your screen, the good-looking Cool Hunting gets class relief for the first time today. Maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming the biggest drop in the game. And this 4-year-old by Looking Cool is a good-looking horse for Greg Bland, who owns and trains Santos Sager, going to be calling the shots. Greg Bland hasn't sent all that many starters to the starting gate. In fact, he's a small outfit. He's got about 3-4 horses right now in training, maybe 10 over the last couple of years. Only 1 win to his name from 35 starts, but he just ran a huge race with See You When You Get There. First-time starter, went off at 18-1 with Hisby in the saddle. That was on October 21st. So the barn may be trending in the right direction. This one gets class relief, second start off the layoff. I think there's some upside with Cool Hunting. Santos Sager going to be aboard, as we always wish the best for Greg Bland, hopefully getting his second victory in here. 5-1 on the good-looking son of Looking Cool. But the 3 is Officer Gamble. Shauna Martin, she owns and trains this 4-year-old who's still looking for that elusive first victory. In fact, through 7 starts, has only hit the board 1 time, running third here at Horseshoe Indianapolis at the maiden special weight level. But clearly something's gone amiss this season. It hasn't gone as planned. They ran here May 12th, ran again May 29th in an off-turf event in which they moved up to challenge at the top of the lane and then basically jogged in late. Now, it may have been further than they wanted to go. It was at the maiden special weight level. However, they haven't been seen in a long time. They didn't go back to the training track or to the workouts in the morning until August 19th, and then from August 19th waited again until October 11th. So they thought they may be coming back, didn't come back, had a couple of more months off. Should be fresh in here, gets class relief, and sometimes the class relief is all you need. But I'm sure the connections have a decent backstory here on Officer Gamble and what's gone amiss so far this year. But makes sense. Maiden special weight, down to maiden, claiming Shauna Martin can train a horse to win. Mitch Merle has been riding great in his first season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The whale page would suggest this horse is going to go off your second or third choice, right around the same value as Bit of Justice in here at 7-2. 8, 7, and 3. Maybe a small field, but plenty of intriguing aspects to the upcoming pick 4 in here. 2, 3, 4, and 5. You can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
on the track for the second race. Indiana sired Maiden Claimers taking to the track here. The claiming tag $15,000. The distance 6 furlongs on the muddy main. In this race, take out numbers 1 and 4. 1 and 4 are out. 6 left to go. Win, play, show. Exact to try. Daily Double, pick 3, and kicks off the pick 4 in races 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5. This $1 pick 4 starts here in just a couple of minutes. Again, race 2, scratch numbers 1 and 4. Again, win, play, show, exact to try. Super, Daily Double, starts at pick 3, and it starts at $1 pick 4. That pick 4 pool already nearly $7,000 in that. Couple of minutes, get them in. Approaching the starting gate, less than a minute. reached the gate. It's post time. Loading in for race 2 at the shoe. Cool Hunting going forward. One left. They are racing. Good start for the outside for Gravy, who broke like a shot. Also, quick into stride down on the inside. Bit of Justice on the run down the backstretch. Officer Gamble on the class drop away, racing in the third position. And then on the extreme outside, it's Cool Hunting, and a couple lengths further back as they continue to run up the backside to the trailer is Ditto Cat. So on the backside they go. They pass the half, and it's the favorite, Gravy, who's in front, 2.5 lengths to Cool Hunting there from second. Officer Gamble to the inside, racing in the third. A couple lengths further back to the inside, Bit of Justice is second last, and at the back of the pack still is Ditto Cat. Midpoint through the turn at 4-5, Gravy, the gray son of Unbridled Express, has the target on his back. He's in front a length and a half to Turbo Man there from second. A length and a half further back, Officer Gamble's third. Cool Hunting tips to the outside from fourth, top of the home stretch, and Gravy off the turn in front by 2. Turbo Man in the orange cap is second to the inside. Officer Gamble third. Cool Hunting back into fourth, and a link for the back to Bit of Justice outside the 16th pole. Gravy is in front by 2. Up the inside comes Officer Gamble, but 4-5 goes coast to coast. Gravy, it's graduation day. Gravy won by about 2.5 in the end. Mitchell Murrow and Officer Gamble got up to be second there over Turbo Man third, and Bit of Justice was fourth. Judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner number 8, Gravy. Second, number 3, Officer Gamble at 51-1. Number 6, Turbo Man was third. And fourth, number 2, Bit of Justice. 8-3-6-2. 8-3-6-2. Gravy. Gate 2 wire here. That son of Unbridled Express makes the third start the winning one. Again, 8-3-6-2, 4-5, over 5-2, over 51-1, with a 7-2 shot. Fourth, 8-3-6-2. Into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle. Number 8, Gravy, a coast-to-coast winner here. A 3-year-old Grey Run gelded son out of Unbridled Express, out of the alluvial mare. Her name was Victoria Blue. The winner is owned by Tracy Wisner Racing LLC, trained by Tracy Wisner and ridden to victory by Fernando de la Cruz. Number 8, Gravy, breaks the maiden gate to wire here, start number 3. And to cover the 6 panels, winning time 112.78 seconds. Gravy bred here in the Hoosier State by owner-trainer Tracy Wisner. Tracy Wisner alongside Racing Rachel with a Fox Sports opportunity. As the second race price is coming up, $382, $82.40. The exacta was worth $12.80. The try $38.05. The double 3 and 8 $31.40. Dime super $26.15. Up next, race number 3. Scratch the 6-7. 6-7 or scratch from the third race. Sammy Bermuda is the rider for number 4, Sierra Power. Third race post time in 20 minutes. They are racing. Good start for the outside for Gravy, who broke like a shot. Also, quick into stride down on the inside. Bit of Justice on the run down the backstretch. Officer Gamble on the class drop away, racing in the third position. And then on the extreme outside, it's Cool Hunting, and a couple lengths further back as they continue to run up the backside to the trailer is Ditto Cat. So on the backside they go. They pass the half, and it's the favorite, Gravy, who's in front, 2.5 lengths to Cool Hunting there from second. Officer Gamble to the inside, racing in the third. Couple lengths further back to the inside, Bit of Justice is second last, and at the back of the pack still is Ditto Cat. Midpoint through the turn at 4-5, Gravy, the gray son of Unbridled Express, has the target on his back. He's in front, a length and a half to Turbo Man there from second. A length and a half further back, Officer Gamble's third. Cool Hunting tips to the outside from fourth, top of the home stretch, and Gravy off the turn in front by 2. Turbo Man in the orange cap is second to the inside. Officer Gamble third. Cool Hunting back into fourth, and a length for the back to Bit of Justice outside the 16th pole. Gravy is in front by 2. Up the inside comes Officer Gamble, but 4-5 goes coast to coast. Gravy, it's graduation day. Gravy won by about 2.5 in the end. Mitchell Murrell and Officer Gamble got up to be second there over Turbo Man. They are
back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a Thursday, right before Halloween and Breeders' Cup weekend here in Shelbyville, Indiana. Hopefully you and yours are having yourself a very nice week and a kickoff to an excellent weekend of racing. We're on a muddy track. I would expect that to be upgraded here shortly. It looks like it's been drying out. We've got the sun shining, the breeze blowing. Hopefully we can get up to good, if not fast, sooner than later, as we are just about a half hour away from kicking off that late Fire 5 in the Atoba Pick 4 as well. Scratch runners 6 and 7 out of the upcoming third event, again on a muddy main track. And I'm going to go to your outside runner in here, Your Quick, for haphazard raising. Cherie DeVoe, Cherie DeVoe trains this 2-year-old Yorkton gelding, Fernando de la Cruz, looking for another winner in here. He just won last race. He looks for another win in here for his riding double on the day. The blinkers are going to go on. This horse has been training consistently and oftentimes winning with Let's Go Lexington, a horse who debuted on our turf earlier this week. Didn't run incredibly well, but Your Quick was very dominant in almost all the workouts this summer. Since then, it just hasn't played out how they expected. Over at Ellis Park, they ran a $100,000 stakes race, showed speed, didn't show much finish at all, waving the white flag and doing so quite rapidly, going from 2nd to 8th fairly quickly, maybe a little bit further than Your Quick wanted to go as well. Then they went over for the big money at Kentucky Downs and really never got into that race. In a 12-horse field, they were 9th or 10th throughout that entirety of that race. Now they go turf to dirt, get a ton of class relief and cut back, should be fit, has faced much tougher. The blinkers going on, and you have to love the post position for Fernando de la Cruz as well. If someone wants to go blazing quick on the front end, I do think that Your Quick has the experience to track in here, or if those firsters are just not fleet of foot, Your Quick can go to the lead and never look back, much like they did in race number 2 from the 8th post position. I think Your Quick is the one to catch to cash and the horse to beat in here at 2-1 off that 4-1 morning line with those 2 scratches. But of the firsters, the one that intrigues me maybe the most is a 2-year-old gray right next door in the starting gate, bred in Kentucky by Mike Abram, a 2-year-old colt by Cairo Prince. Chris Amy going to be aboard for this Brittany Vandenberg trainee in here. This horse has some good things to like about it. Was by a mare who is not only stakes tested, but a stakes winner. Capture Your Dream was a 2-time winner, actually won on debut at Gulfstream going 4.5, and then won in a stakes race at Gulfstream back in 2018. Shortly thereafter, had 2 more runs, and then that was all she wrote for Capture Your Dream. Thus far, she's produced one sibling, Nice and Good, who's a 1-time winner, is incredibly speedy but not very classy. Horses at the lower level claiming ranks over at Belterra Park as well. So could be any sort in here. I expect to be very quick. But Brittany Vandenberg, she hasn't been as hot as many of us have been accustomed to. In fact, she's been a little bit chilly lately. She's winning at 13%, which isn't terrible, but usually you see her numbers significantly higher over the past 5 months. And then she's 2 for 28 with first-time starters. So doesn't always have them ready to go at first asking, but Vaporizer should be quick. And in a race like this, you want to be on the lead, if not showing speed. And speaking of showing speed, Sierra Power for Maria Pinzon. Sammy Bermuda is going to be calling the shots in here. This 2-year-old colt by Higher Power. Second start off the layoff was a brief freshening, showed speed at Keeneland in a very difficult race, even though they went from the maiden special weight level down to the maiden claiming ranks. They did face a full field of 12. They also broke from the 12th post. It wasn't the strongest race in the Keeneland fall meet by any means, but coming from Keeneland to Horseshoe Indianapolis, you deserve some respect as well. Maria hasn't always dominated here at Horseshoe Indy. She wins at 13% elsewhere. Thus far, she's 2 for 36 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So not a whole lot of winning has gone on for Maria and her team at Horseshoe Indy, but hopefully that does change today. Getting some class relief, going back to the maiden special weight level in here, but coming in from Keeneland, I think that's a slight drop in class in this spot for the 4, who's incredibly quick. Second start off the layoff, there's plenty of upside. But right now, a horse who's taking a ton of action is Daytona Dan. I was watching FS2 and Fox Sports. They're in love with Daytona Dan for Terry Stevens. They're thinking I'm spot absolutely wrong in here. Alex Achard, Ethan West, they were the hammer time yesterday. Maybe I'm overlooking bad result for the hammer time yesterday. Daytona Dan could easily win this race. We don't see very many $400,000 Colts by Into Mischief debuting here. In fact, this one's a full sibling to Into Chocolate, who was good and banked $220,000, but did take a while to develop. The money's come in on Daytona Dan down on the inside. We'll see if the results will follow, but I'm going to take the experience of You're Quick for Cherie DeVoe as Fernando de la Cruz, our leading rider, looking for a riding double. It's the leg up time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 3 minutes away from race number 3. Don't forget rolling daily doubles and pick threes kicking off next.
The horses stepping trackside for race number 3 at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's a maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds to go 5.5 furlongs on muddy main. In this race, scratch number 6, Winter Holiday, number 7, Altar Boy. The 6-7 are out of here. Third race, Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. Starts a 50-cent pick 3 and races 3, 4, and 5. Third race, the 2-year-old maidens will be at the gate in just a couple of minutes. The horses have turned, approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute for race 3 from Horseshoe Indianapolis, approaching the starting gate. And the horses for race 3 have reached the starting gate at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's now post time. Daytona Dan goes in, that $400,000 2-year-old OBS purchase. Gonna have to grade 3 winner Into Chocolate. Terry Stevens and Ethan West. Of course, that's the team for Chunk of Gold. Terry Stevens had a winner earlier in the week here with Justifiable Steel, trained by Aaron West. Now, Ethan West and Daytona Dan for Terry Stevens going 2-1. Silent Horizon, a son of Connect, will load up next. Obelisk, the son of Divisadero with those strong workouts. And Churchill Downs 10-1. Here comes the gray Vaporizer out of that stake-winning mare, Capture Your Dream. Just waiting on Your Quick to the outside. From the Shreed of Obarn, blinkers go on. This 2-year-old gelding as he goes in. Field for race 3 at Horseshoe Indy. And they are racing. Sluggish beginning for debuting Vaporizer. It was a quick start for Sierra Power, who's flashing speed up through the inside now. There goes Daytona Dan, that half to Into Chocolate coming to dictate terms there with Silent Horizon, who's fleet-footed as well. Your Quick with the blinkers on. Pink Cap hovering to the outside while racing fourth. Obelisk on debut is fifth, and behind that quartet as they start to cluster up. Vaporizer is last, but the sextet covered by just 3.5 lengths midpoint through the turn. Wide open affair here. The quarter 22-4 in 4 wide. Here comes Your Quick up and after the pace setters. Sierra Power in the black cap to the inside. Daytona Dan between those two. Silent Horizon starting to warm up for the backfield. The gray Vaporizer top of the home stretch. Here's Your Quick coming to tackle Sierra Power. Your Quick with a narrow lead. Sierra Power battling back, 1 furlong to go. Here comes Obelisk, who's found his feet. He's coming at him and coming on, and Obelisk trying to split horses as Vaporizer is running a big one to the outside. Here comes Vaporizer up and after Your Quick. These three in a thriller. Thrilling stretch drive. A trio of horses hit the wire. Nostrils up and down. Your Quick was to the inside. The gray Vaporizer to the outside. Debuting Obelisk was sandwiched right in the middle. And that was a photo finish. Photo finish. A thriller in the third. Three-way go as they battle to the wire. The experienced Your Quick was to the inside. Those two debut runners, Vaporizer, that gray son of Cairo Prince, to the outside, and then Obelisk, the Divisadero son from the Schultz barn, was right there. They hit the wire in a photo finish, and the trio of placing judges have posted number 8, Your Quick, with those blinkers on as the race winner. Second goes to number 5, Vaporizer. Third, number 2, Obelisk. And fourth goes 1, Daytona Dan. 8-5-2-1. 8-5-2-1. 8-5-2-1 here in race number 3. Into the winner's circle to join Jonathan in team of Your Quick. Number 8, Your Quick, a 2-year-old bay gelded son by Yorkton out of the Medaglia mare named Quick and Gold. This winner is owned by Haphazard Racing Incorporated in partnership with Jerry Sussman. The winning trainer is Sharita Vo, and 2 in a row for Fernando. Fernando de la Cruz back-to-back victories here as Your Quick breaks the maiden here, gets the blinkers on, home a winner. Covering the 5.5, 105.42 seconds. Your Quick, the winner, was bred in Kentucky by co-owner Haphazard Racing Incorporated. Your Quick, $4.80, $3 and $2.20 for the show money. The winning exact in the third race was 8-5. The Your Quick Vaporizer exacted 1960. 50-cent try, $22.05. The double, a pair of eights, $6.40. Dime Super, $10.16. The first pick 3 of this Thursday card, $23 and a nickel. Up next, race number 4 from Horseshoe Indy. Race number 4 will start the 50-cent Late Fire 5 on races 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Take out numbers 7 and 9. Race 4 be at the gate in 20 minutes. Field for race 3 at Horseshoe Indy. And they are racing. Sluggish beginning for debuting Vaporizer. It was a quick start for Sierra Power, who's flashing speed up through the inside now. There goes Daytona Dan, that half to into chocolate, coming to dictate terms there with Silent Horizon, who's fleet-footed as well. Your Quick with the blinkers on. Pink Cap hovering to the outside while racing 4th. Obelisk on debut is 5th, and behind that quartet as they start to cluster up. Vaporizer is last, but the sextet covered by just 3.5 lengths midpoint through the turn. Wide open affair here. The quarter 22 and 4. In 4 wide, here comes Your Quick up and after the pace setters. Sierra Power in the black cap to the inside. Daytona Dan between those two. Silent Horizon starting to warm up for the backfield. The gray Vaporizer top of the home stretch. Here's Your Quick coming to tackle Sierra Power. Your Quick with a narrow lead. Sierra Power battling back, 1 furlong to go. Here comes Obelisk, who's found his feet. He's coming at him and coming on, and Obelisk trying to split horses as Vaporizer is running a big one to the outside. Here comes Vaporizer up and after Your Quick. These 3 in a thriller. Thrilling stretch drive. A trio of horses hit the wire. Nostrils up.
Fernando de la Cruz's world, and we're simply living in it. Cherie DeVoe gets some class relief in there for haphazard racing, and the maiden breaking score in there just by a nostril. Had Chris Amy in the first-time starter not missed the break, you never know how it would have played out, but they had just enough to come home to score 480 in there as Fernando de la Cruz with a riding double through 3 races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 9 minutes away from the 4th race, kicking off today's late Fire 5. Scratch the 7 and the 9 out of this event. The field is 7, set to go 5 furlongs in here. Still listed as a muddy track, 10 minutes away. And I happen to fancy number 5, keeping it classy, the 9-year-old. Sometimes older is truly better. 10 wins from 38 starts, $238,000 in earnings. Tim Eggleston, the man's doing very well, both with thoroughbreds and quarter horses, winning at about 20% with each. Mitch Merle, in his first season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, hopefully has found himself a new home in the Midwest, winning at 15%, and a jockey-trainer combination at 17%. But enough statistics. This 9-year-old goes second start off the layoff, has a ton of early speed, and at the age of 9, after 38 starts, has the ability to either go to the lead and win every pole like they did on May 6th, in which they broke sharp, dueled all the way around and opened up late, or sit off the pace and win like they did here on July 9th. Was given a freshening from July 9th to September 16th, came back, went off as the favorite, showed speed, didn't show any finish, should be better second time around today. The concern for me was that this horse went 23 and 46. There was really no reason to back up. I understand that they were off of a lengthy layoff, but they had it kind of all their own way on the front end. You don't see sprinters here going 23 and 46. So that's a little bit of a concern, but I do like that this horse is tactical because they're going to have to track behind Prince of Pennies, who no doubt about it is much, much the quickest. The 6 is Wachahachi. Victor LeBron and Estebanco teaming up in here. This 3-time winner has banked $60,000. That beautiful gray coat and the son of Anchor Down comes in from Belterra. Now, we haven't seen Belterra horses do too well when they ship over to Horseshoe Indianapolis. For whatever reason, I'm sure the dirt surfaces are not very similar. In fact, we saw a 1-5 shot go up in flames in our opening race today, and that horse couldn't take advantage of a picture-perfect trip, losing to an Indiana bred who is familiar with our surroundings. But this Belterra horse has had a race at Horseshoe Indianapolis, showed a ton of speed, went very quick, 22.57, 45.31. Didn't show much finish, and many Horseshoe Indianapolis fans will remember Judo. Hard-knocking claimer in there who won a lot of races throughout his career. So this horse has a ton of upside. The value's there. It is a small field, long shot price, and has been in good form this season. Is 4 for 9 in the trifecta. So brings in some decent form. Gets a little bit of relief in here, and we'll see if the 6 can get the job done for the fans of the Grays at 10-1. But the horse to catch to cash is Prince of Pennies. The money signed on. I didn't know if it would or not. Gutierrez has been an awesome apprentice addition to that rider's colony. He gets the 5-pound weight break with over 42 wins on the season. Michelle Elliott owns and trains this 5-year-old chestnut who has really put things together here this season. The question is, where you been? Ran July 14th. Clearly something went amiss. They finished last, beaten by 5 lengths. Didn't go back to the training track for at least a published workout until October 9th. So July 14th till October 9th, comes back for 7,500. I was excited to see what the future held for Prince of Pennies because last year he showed a ton of speed, a ton of talent. He just could never finish off his races. Earlier this season, he was finishing his races very nicely. I understand they were all at the low-level climbing ranks, but he was doing it and doing it well and looking darn good doing it. Now, in the walking ring, I like what I see. On the toes, on the muscle, looks plenty fit in here. Michelle Elliott would love if he comes back as good as he left. Prince of Pennies, turf to dirt, a little bit of a freshening in here. We'll see if he can pick up right where he left off, as he's the horse to catch to cash in race number 4. 5 minutes away from kicking off that late Fire 5. Let's take a look at our late Fire 5 ticket. The lowest takeout in the country at 11.99% each and every day. 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the opener. We're going to go a little bit narrow later on in the card. Race 5, an off-turf event. Scratch the 1, 2, and 7. 5, 8, and 10 are all you need in the 5th. Kicking off that Itoba pick 4 as well. Some of the intriguing races in this late Fire 5 sequence are $15,000 non-winners of 2. I think it's one of the better betting opportunities of the day in race number 6. It looks completely wide open in there. You've got many horses coming in from the turf, some getting some class relief, others that have been disappointing. Cow Creek Kid almost assures that we're going to be off the turf. In fact, this will be the fifth time in a row this horse is on the dirt. Previously, all 4 were entered for the turf, ran on the dirt, and now they're actually entered on the dirt. Make what you want of that, but that's your 2-1 favorite, who's won 1 out of those 4 races that were rained off. Race number 7 and 8, that late daily double, we're going to get a little bit narrow. Race 7, we're going to use the 8 and the 10. I think there's upside with a second-time starter, Leslie's Time, who ran on Stakes Day here at October 1st, broke slow, was under a tight hold off the leaders, and ultimately never picked up and was never a factor. $450,000 not this time. Philly stretches out today, gets Fernando de la Cruz, who has already got a riding double. And then you've also got the 10 Actus. Tom Amos, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Amos hasn't sent too many live ones to Horseshoe Indianapolis, but I think this horse is in a good spot. Was the beaten favorite last time out, really had no excuse. More Carrots did come back to run since then and ran okay as well. So 8 and 10 for me, and then I'm going to single a first-time starter. Now, not a ton that's jumping off the page from a breeding standpoint, but does have the same work pattern as Tail Gunner. And Tail Gunner took a ton of action on debut, didn't run very well, debuting around 2 turns, but came back yesterday to get the money for Tony Granitz. And I think Tiz Wine Time has been working out, at least the published works would appear that they've been working out together. And you don't pay $63,000 earlier, a year ago in 2024 for an Indy bred very often. So I think there's some expectations that are set, and Vekoma has been red hot as a sire as well. It's certainly a guessing game, not sure about Panic Stable either, but 'tis wine time. Going to be a brave, maybe stupid, we'll find out a couple hours from now, single for yours truly in here. It's the late Fire 5 time as we're 3 minutes away from race number 4 at Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
On the track here for race number 4. Race 4 from Horseshoe Indy. It's a open claimant event. $7,500 claimer to go 5 furlongs in this race. Take out number 7, JJ's Ranger. Number 9, El Rosillo. The 7 and 9 are out. 7 left to go. Win, play, show. Exacta try. Super Daily Double starts at pick 3. And it starts at 50 cent. Pick 5. Races 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 over this muddy surface. The track is drying out here as we progress through the afternoon. Clear skies, a little bit of wind in the area. And race number 4, again, that 50 cent pick 5 starts here with that low. Take out the late Fire 5. Get involved. It starts right here in just a couple of minutes. The horses have turned. They are approaching the starting gate. Race 4 approaching the gate. And the field for race number 4 has reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the opening leg of that pick 5. Field of 7 to square off here, 6 to 5 on Prince of Pennies, keeping it classy 2 to 1 as McVicker going forward. Tricky moment coming up. Wahatchie the Gray. Tricky moment, Wahatchie moving in. Bella's Prayer at 9 to 2. Now 7 to 5 on Prince of Pennies. Bella's Prayer. Now going to try one more time. Red blinkers going forward. Just one left. JW Ruckus. 1 of 2 in here for Charlie Livers. The other one breaking from the rail. So book in Liver pieces here. They're at the post. Field of 7 all set for the pick 5. They are racing. Wahatchie had an alert beginning. Prince of Pennies and the Black Silks hustled on out to the inside. McVicker away racing into 3rd position. JW Ruckus is 4th early. Then a link for the back to Baylor's Prayer. Keeping it classy is 2nd last and at the back of the pack. Tricky moment is last. Prince of Pennies fleet-footed on the front end. Even Money has bumped the lead to 6. Wahatchie left in the wake there from 2nd. McVicker is 3rd and about 10 lengths off the pace. JW Ruckus is 4th. Then keeping it classy, a link to Bella's Prayer. Still nothing from Tricky Moment. 21 and 4, and Prince of Pennies laying down the gauntlet comes to the top of the lane. The lead is 3, just outside a furlong to go. Keeping it classy up there in 2nd, so inside the final furlong, Prince of Pennies is still there. Shifting ground to the outside, Wahatchie is coming after Prince of Pennies. Prince of Pennies is gassed. Wahatchie lunging up the inside. Here comes Wahatchie at Prince of Pennies in a photo. Wow, what a tight photo finish. Pace-setting Prince of Pennies at even money was there, was gassed up the inside. Wahatchie, that gray, was lunging up at 8 to 1. Those two in a very tight photo finish to start the pick 5. What a stretch run there. Prince of Pennies fighting tooth and nail to hang on there in that photo with Wahatchie there. Those two in a tight photo to start the 50-cent pick 5. Even money to the outside, Wahatchie to the inside. Those two in a photograph. Prince of Pennies at even money laying down the gauntlet. Took that first quarter 21, and for the half mile 45.07 seconds, the 5 furlongs 57.94, and he hangs on. Number 4, Prince of Pennies hanging on by a flared lip. Second, number 6, Wahatchie. Third, number 5, keeping it classy. Fourth goes 8, JW Ruckus. 4-6-5-8, 4-6-5-8. Even money obliges here to start the late fire 5. Even money over 8 to 1, over 3 to 1, over 32 to 1. Prince of Pennies. They let him get away with that lead, and he does just enough to win here. Prince of Pennies in the winner's circle. A 5-year-old chestnut gelded son by Golden Sense out of the Street Boss mare named Princess McKenna. The winner is owned by Elliott Ventures of Amy Elliott and Elliott Racing LLC of Michelle Elliott. The winning trainer is Michelle Elliott, and the winning rider, the Bug Boy, Jose Gutierrez. Now, number 4, Prince of Pennies, a 4-time winner. All 4 of those here locally. Today, gate to wire, 57.94 seconds. Even money gets you back $4, $2.80, $2.20. Exacta 1960, try 1570, the double 1240, the dime super $23.23, the rolling pick 3 for 50 cents, $7.45. Up next, race number 5. Race number 5 in 21 minutes. Scratch numbers 127, 127. Race 5 taken off the turf will be contested a mile 70 on this main track. Now, number 10, Get Even Kid has drawn in, will run, and a jockey change for number 9, Amazingness, to Mitchell Merle. Race 5 to start that $1 pick 4, presented by Itoba, up next in 21 minutes. They are racing. Wahatchee had an alert beginning. Prince of Pennies and the Black Silks hustled on out to the inside. McVicker away racing into 3rd position. JW Ruckus is 4th early. Then a link for the back to Baylor's Prayer. Keeping it classy is 2nd last, and at the back of the pack, Tricky Moment is last. Prince of Pennies fleet-footed on the front end. Even Money has bumped the lead to 6. Wahatchee left in the wake there from 2nd. McVicker is 3rd and about 10 lengths off the pace. JW Ruckus is 4th. Then keeping it classy, a link to Bella's Prayer. Still nothing from Tricky Moment. 21 and 4, and Prince of Pennies laying down the gauntlet, comes to the top of the lane. The lead is 3, just outside a furlong to go. Keeping it classy up there in 2nd, so inside the final furlong, Prince of Pennies is still there. Shifting ground to the outside, Wahatchee is coming after Prince of Pennies. Prince of Pennies is gassed. Wahatchee lunging up the inside. Here comes Wahatchee at Prince of Pennies in a photo. Wow, what a tight photo finish. Pace-setting Prince of Pennies at Even Money was there.
I mean, after college, I went to college for a little bit and didn't know what to do, so ended up hot walking for like Aaron West and all those people helped me out, and just then I started galloping for Steve Asmussen, started going fast, and that was fun. And my dad's like, you know what, if that's something you want to do, then take it far, and stuck to it, and we're still here. So.
So what was it like riding Orlando in the race with your son the other day?
You know, this is something I want to do before. You know what I mean? I ride with my dad. Now I ride with my son. That's something like it's one that my dream coming true. It's nice, you know what I mean? We need to go head to head together, see what's happening.
Junior, what's the best advice your dad's given you about riding?
Stay in the rail. He said, after the race, he was like, stay in the rail. What are you doing so far wide out? I was like, I don't even know. I just kept riding.
That's what the first couple races are for, right?
But, he just, just practice what we do on the equicizer, switch sticks, don't get ahead of yourself too much. Make sure you breathe. That's another one. He's like, don't forget to breathe, which I forgot to do. So I'm glad.
He'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out as we go.
No, I'm proud of him. He's doing great. He listens, he got a lot of talents, see what's going on, like people have to give you opportunity to him, and that's it. No.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just 10 minutes to race number 5 as we start another multi-race wager. That's the $1 pick 4 presented by iToba. And it starts here in race 5 with an allowance race. Really good quality, well-matched field here for this Indiana filling mare. 2 other than allowance race. It has been taken off of the turf. It will be contested at a mile 70 on a track that's been upgraded to good. Good quality race here, and I think the speed of the speed here is number 5, Sweet Saint. This one, I think, will be on the lead. Should this one jumped well, I don't really think anybody has the speed to go with this one and put this one away and really make this one work for it, and that's why I'm going to put this sophomore daughter, A Prayer for Relief, as my top pick. She's 9-5. I don't think that will hold. I think she's going to continue to come down in price. She's making the first start for the Randy Klopp barn. Randy Klopp is our leading trainer. This horse was racing here the last 4 times for the Aaron West West barn, but was placed in the Itoba paddock sale just about 3 weeks ago, and this one was purchased out of that sale by Martha Johnson, out of that sale by Patel and Klopp. This one bred by Bruce Murphy and Martha Johnson, but was racing for Aaron West, and his grandfather had a most recent win. In fact, she's 3 wins from 4 starts, and they placed her in the sale, and Klopp's team bought her out of that sale. I think she went for somewhere around $18,000 to $20,000, but certainly has done nothing wrong in her career. Just won the first level allowance race as the favorite when stretching out for the first time. She's going to repeat here at mile 70 yards, and last time it was an off track. It was a sloppy track. It's not really that that wet now as it's drying out. You see her a bit active in the paddock there. Randy Klopp with a smile on his face. He must have been expecting it there. But Sweet Saint, no worse for the wear, just threw the tack off, so the valets will reset that tack, probably tack her on the walk, meaning they'll put the tack as she's moving just like she is now. But I think should she break well and go to the front, she'll be tough to run down. Now, horse that's caught my eye at 4-1, drawing in off the also eligible, was entered as a main track only in here. That's number 10, Get Even Kid. Get Even Kid is a 3-year-old daughter by Pataki Kid. You see her right there in stall number 10. They're doing some little equipment adjustment there with the noseband and the blinkers, but Get Even Kid is one that's in good form as my top pick. This one is 7 for 13 in the money, riding a 2-race win streak. She broke her maiden on August 27th, came back on September 15th, and sat just off the pace and rallied and won going away. This horse was entered hoping the race came off the turf. It did. They get what they want. You see Sakura there stretching the legs of number 10, Get Even Kid. I do like that she's drawn outside. She does have a little bit of speed, so maybe if she can go and just sit right off the leader's flank, she's got her covered up, and when asked to kick, Get Even Kid will range up to the outside of Sweet Saint. Now, number 8, Charming Jazzle, is hoping those two get into Speed Zool. Charming Giselle is 5-1 now on the tote board for trainer Bob Gorham, who had a win in one of our handicaps yesterday. And Charming Giselle certainly needs some pace to chase. She's a 4-year-old filly, lightly raced, 16 starts with 2 wins, 4 seconds, and 3/3. But she's a good-looking filly. She tries hard every time. There you see her, that chestnut on your screen there, being led around by Team Gorham. And this one definitely needs some pace to chase. Last time, I think she got too far back when on the turf, was 7th, beaten 4 lengths. And the time before that was a turf event where she was 3rd in behind Annie's Express in Soul Run. Annie's Express is a horse that's won 3 or 4 races here this meet. Most recently, it was in a handicap event here a couple of days ago. But the last time this horse raced on the dirt was a race taken off the turf. That was on August 12th in a sloppy track. Was 5th, beaten the lengths in a really good race. And I just think this one will be running at the end. Should the speed just absolutely fold, Charming Giselle will be running at the end. 5, 10, 8 for me, my top 3 here in race number 5. That does offer Pick 4 wagering, the Pick 4 $1 Pick 4 presented by Itoba. I threw together a ticket. I think it's a challenging ticket. I think it should pay very well. Has a reduced takeout, and I'll use those 3 horses I just talked about in this race, and it's a $48 play in all. Race number 6, I'm going to spread out 4 horses deep. I'll use number 3, My Miley's Vow, 8-1 for Joe Davis. Also right alongside number 4, My Mr. Perfect. Should take a lot of the money on the drop-in class. Then number 8, Einstein's Ghost, the Bug Boy and John Horan team up here yet again. And then number 9, Cow Creek Kid back in against Indiana Breds on the drop. I think is key for Cow Creek Kid there in the 6. Now, in race number 7, we'll go 4 horses deep. We'll use number 8, Leslie's Time, the 10, Actus from the Amos Barn, the 11, drawing in as a main track only, Legit Chick, and then the 14, Finance from the from the Kelsey Danner Barn, 8, 10, 11, 14. We're still live after that. I like our chances in race number 8. Several horses racing for the first time, a lot of first-time starters with decent pedigrees and decent connections, but I'm going to go a horse with experience, a horse that's raced 6 times. She has 5 second-place finishes and 1 4th-place finish. She debuted against Open Company and was second, and since then she's had 4 more seconds, most recently 3 in a row. And she's drawn to the outside. She has speed. She should be tough to catch. Dreamin' Bonita 4-1 on the morning lines, my single here in this Pick 4 presented by Itoba. It's a $48 play all in all as the jockeys are coming out here for race number 5. And it's 5, 8, 10 for me. I'm going to take a chance with the Clop horse number 5, Sweet Saint. That horse you see on your screen there, the 9, Amazingness. Does have a chance if you're spreading out here and going to use, multiple horses at 6-1. But as we see Sweet Saint come back into the frame, last time she was a little anxious before getting the saddle on. She's got the saddle on. The overgirth is put on. Now they're letting her stretch her legs. And we're just about to get riders up here for race number 5, starting that $1 Itoba Pick 4. Post time in just a few minutes. Good luck. Phillies and Mares stepping trackside for the 5th race. The Allowance event taken off the turf, a mile 70 on a track condition upgraded to good. The track condition currently listed as good. In this race, take out numbers 1, 2, 7. 1, 2, 7 are out. Beware the 10's drawn in off the also set to go. Jockey change on the 9 to Mitchell Merle. 5th race, win, play, show, exact to try, super. Daily double, pick 3. In the $1 Pick 4, presented by Itoba. Starts here in just a couple of minutes. And the Phillies and Mares have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in here for the fifth race to start the $1 Pick 4 presented by Itoba. Loading quickly here. Get Even Kid, the main track only, coming up to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing in the Itoba Pick 4, and Sweet Saint is flashing speed. Enchanted Melody will go with her, and these two hook up stride for stride on the run the first turn. Get Even Kid from the high draw away into third position. Juicy Justice is fourth early, racing about the 3 path. Amazingness even further out while racing fifth. Charming Giselle came away racing in the 6th position, and Classic Kitten is 7th and trailing. Just outside 6 furlong to travel. 2 distinct flights here as Enchanted Melody and Sweet Saint. They do it up top and they turn for the backside. 2.5 in front of Get Even Kid, who'll track that duo from third. Amazingness is fourth under a long hold. Her stablemate Juicy Justice is fifth with about 7 to find, and 6 or 7 back to Classic Kitten and Charmin Giselle at the back of the pack. 4.5 furlongs to go, the quarter on the board, 24 seconds flat. They approach the half-mile stage. Sweet Saint to the outside, Enchanted Melody to the inside. They got the Hoosier half in 48 and 32/100. Now here comes Get Even Kid up to the outside, moves a closer third. Amazingness is on her back from fourth. Then about 4 lengths further back, Juicy Justice is going the wrong way. Charming Giselle starts to heat up with 5/16 to go. It's Sweet Saint to the inside, Get Even Kid to the outside. That's all for Enchanted Melody. Amazingness made that run. She stalled from third. Charming Giselle continuing to gain ground to the top of the home stretch, and here comes Get Even Kid up and after Sweet Saint with a furlong to go. Sweet Saint, she's under a heavy ride. Get Even Kid is full press to go past her just outside the 16th pole. Sweet Saint, Get Even Kid, Sweet Saint, she's digging down deep, and Sweet Saint will go to the winner's circle. Sweet Saint, she's now a 4-time winner from 5 starts in her first start for Klopp. Right to the winner's circle and stops the timer in 1:43 and 4. Sweet Saint, she's a daughter of prayer for relief, and she refused to lose. And the judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner number 5, Sweet Saint. Second, number 10, Get Even Kid. Third, number 8, Charming Giselle. Fourth, number 9, Amazingness. 5, 10, 8, 9. 5, 10, 8, 9. Again, 5, 10, 8, 9. Sweet Saint, she took all the heat. Did all the heavy lifting, was pressed every jump. Through a quarter 24, the half 48 and 1, that 3/4 time 13 and 3. Ended up 1:43.83 seconds. Sweet Saint, the first start for the Klopp barn since being purchased in that paddock sale by Patel and Klopp, pays dividends. They now have a free horse as Sweet Saint gets it done here at 7 to 5. Into the winner's circle. All he does is win, Randy Klopp. Here he is again with number 5, Sweet Saint, a 3-year-old dark bear brown daughter by Prayer for Relief, out of the exchange rate mare named Sweet Rate. Sweet Saint is owned by Sandeep Patel, trained by Randy Klopp, and Sammy Bermudez up top for the winning ride. He's been aboard Sweet Saint for all 5 of her starts, including this one today. Makes it 4 wins from 5 starts for Sweet Saint, that 3-year-old filly by Prayer for Relief. Got home 143.83 seconds, bred in Indiana by Bruce Murphy and Martha Johnson. Now the prices are up, $483, $240 on the winner. Sweet Saint, Get Even Kid, exact $18.20. The Ice Cold Trifecta, $15.40 for 50 cents. A $2 double, $6.80. Dollar Pick 4, $49.80. Dime Super, $7.71. Pick 3, $9.95. At Pick 5, $197.55. Up next, race number 6. Race number 6 from Horseshoe Indy in 20 minutes. It'll be a mile on the main field of 10. We'll go to post in just about 20 minutes with no program changes. At the post. And they are racing in the Itoba Pick 4, and Sweet Saint is flashing speed. Enchanted Melody will go with her, and these 2 hook up stride for stride on the run the first turn. Get Even Kid from the high draw away into 3rd position. Juicy Justice is 4th early, racing about the 3 path. Amazingness even further out while racing 5th. Charming Giselle came away racing in the 6th position, and Classic Kitten is 7th and trailing just outside 6 furlong to travel. 2 distinct flights here as Enchanted Melody and Sweet Saint. They do it up top and they turn for the backside. 2.5 in front of Get Even Kid, who'll track that duo from 3rd. Amazingness is 4th under a long hold. Her stablemate Juicy Justice is 5th with about 7 to find, and 6 or 7 back to Classic Kitten and Charmin Giselle at the back of the pack. 4.5 furlongs to go. The quarter on the board, 24 seconds flat. They approach the half-mile stage. Sweet Saint to the outside, Enchanted Melody to the inside. They got the Hoosier half in 48 and 32/100ths. Now here comes Get Even Kid up to the outside, moves a closer 3rd. Amazingness is on her back from 4th. Then about 4 lengths further back, Juicy Justice is going the wrong way. Charming Giselle starts to heat up with 5/16 to go. It's Sweet Saint to the inside, Get Even Kid to the outside. That's all for Enchanted Melody. Amazingness made that run. She stalled from 3rd. Charming Giselle continued to gain ground to the top of the home stretch, and here comes Get Even Kid up and after Sweet Saint with a furlong to go. Sweet Saint, she's under a heavy ride. Get Even Kid is full press to go past her just outside the 16th pole. Sweet Saint, Get Even Kid. Sweet Saint, she's digging down deep, and Sweet Saint will go to the winner's circle. Sweet Saint, she's now a 4-time winner from 5 starts in her first. On the track for the sixth race, race number 6, the final chance to bet a thoroughbred pick 3, races 6, 7, and 8. Again, on this 9-race program, race 6 will go a mile, Indiana bred non-2 claimers, 15 the claiming tag, a mile on the good surface, the distance. Field of 10, no changes at this time. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double, pick 3, and the pentafecta, the 10-cent grand high five offered here in just a couple of minutes. Your attention, please. Late scratch here in the 6th race. Late scratch number 2, Rocadora. Number 2, Rocadora has been scratched by the stewards on advice of the track vet. Again, number 2, Rocadora has been scratched here in race 6. Window's still open, so a couple of minutes here to make any changes or exchanges to your tickets. If you had number 2 Rocador and any straight wagers, it will be refunded, but you do have time to make changes or exchanges to those. Now, if you had the 2 Rocadora in your pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5, you'll be transferred to the post-time favorite. Again, number 2 Rocadora has been scratched. Field of 9 left to go. And be advised, if you had number 2 Rocadora here in race 6 as part of a double that started in race number 5, it'll be a consolation. Again, if you had Sweet Saint back to Rocadora, there'll be a consolation 5-2 double. Pick 3s, 4s, and 5s transferred to the final favorite. Straight wagers refunded. They've turned. They are approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute. And the Indiana Breds approaching the starting gate here for race number 6. A non-215 claimer to go a mile with that late scratch of the 2 Rocadora. 9 left to go. 1 mile here. Starts another rolling pick 3. Also that 10-cent grand high 5 offered here. Hank's a Tank coming up. Hank's a Tank breaking the maiden. Indiana Derby Day coming up here for John and Amy. Danny Simpson gives a leg up here to Mitchell Merle. Instinctually, Scott Mullen's looking for the second victory on this Thursday program. My Miley's Vow moving forward for Joe Davis. Working with Instinctually. He's a grayson, a tap prize. 23-1 long shot. 2-1 now on Einstein's Ghost. 9 for 5 on Cow Creek Kid. As the assistant starter still working with Instinctually. Now outrider John Neal comes over to assist. Instinctually relents, goes right in. Now My Mr. Perfect coming up. Einstein's Ghost. John Heron moving into line. 2-1 co-favorite. Page Perfect, Tracy Wisner, looking for her second victory on the Thursday scoreboard. Cow Creek Kid. Fernando de la Cruz looking for 3 on the afternoon. And Chinecki. Sammy Bermudez looking to go back-to-back here at the track. Chinecki led up by Riley to the outside. Chinecki with the blue shadow roll here. Looks like they're going to back out Page Perfect. Now Page Perfect going forward once again.
Hold on.
Page Perfect is in. Here's Chinecki to the outside. Chinecki loading in. Field of 9 at the post. And they are racing instinctually, hopped as they kicked it in his last. Hank's a Tank, hustling on out for the early lead. Cow Creek Kid flashing speed. Page Perfect, part of the early go as well as a race around the clubhouse turn. Chinecki came away racing in fourth. My Mr. Perfect is fifth and about 7 or 8 off the pace as they work around the turn, shaded to the outside by Einstein's Ghost, still 6 back to War Trinkets, and then Instinctually's right there, 5 or 6 back to My Miley's Vow, who's at the back of the pack. 5.5 furlongs to go. They really start to spread out here. About 15 or 16 lengths top to bottom, the quarter, 23 and 1. It is Cow Creek Kid doing the business with Hank's a Tank. They head up the backside, and right there in the thick of things, too, is Chinecki. Page Perfect in the red jacket is fourth and about 3 off the pace. Einstein Ghost is fifth. Einstein goes into the catbird seat there from fifth and about 4. Back to My Mr. Perfect, who starts to stoke up a rally. Still nothing yet from War Trinkets and Instinctually, who races a team into the far turn run. And last still My Miley's Vow. Half mile 47 and 1. They race around the turn, and it's Cow Creek Kid showing the way. Chinecki second, continuing to grind away to the outside is Einstein's Ghost. Even further out as they reach the top of the home stretch, here comes My Mr. Perfect. So at the top of the home stretch, Cow Creek Kid will whip him in. Cow Creek Kid off the turn a length. Here comes Einstein's Ghost up the inside to challenge. Einstein's Ghost to the inside. Cow Creek Kid to the outside. 4 lengths further back to My Mr. Perfect. 1/16 to go. Cow Creek Kid, the son of Bucaro, is striding forward here. Cow Creek Kid's going to give Dela Cruz 3 on the card. Einstein Ghost was second, a few lengths further back to My Mr. Perfect. And from the clouds, My Miley's Vow rallied from last to be fourth in 139 and 2. The judges posting the top 5 finishers in race number 6. The winner, number 9, Cow Creek Kid. Second, number 8, Einstein's Ghost. Third, number 4, My Mr. Perfect. Fourth, number 3, My Miley's Vow. And fifth for the Pentafecta, number 5, Page Perfect. 9, 8, 4, 3, 5. 2 to 1 over 9 to 5, over 5 to 1 over 10 to 1, and a 55 to 1 shot completes the 10-cent grand high five. 9, 8, 4, 3, 5. Nine, 8, 4, 3, 5 here for race number 6 is Indiana Non-2 15 claimer. Entering the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Joining Lupe, Jose, and the rest of the staff. Here's number 9, a Cow Creek Kid, a good-looking 3-year-old chestnut gelded son by Bucaro, out of the alphabet soup mare named Spell Chick. The winner's owned in partnership by Perry and Tim Wood, the winning trainer Aaron West, and the winning jockey Fernando de la Cruz. That's 3 wins on the card for Fernando de la Cruz for Cow Creek Kid. This is lifetime victory number 2, coming in the 11th career start, bred in Indiana by Tommy Went Jr. Cow Creek Kid covered the mile, winning time 139 and 2. 640, 320, 240 on the winner. The Pentafecta, $60.57. The Exacta, $15.60. Try $12.40. The winning double 5 and 9, $15.40. Don't forget the scratch of the 2 Rocadoro. That makes the double $4.40 for the Conso. The Dime Super, $7.56. The Pick 3, $9.10. Up next, race number 7 in 17 minutes. Please be advised, race number 7 off the turf, 1.70 miles on this good main surface. Several changes. Take out numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 15. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 15, all scratched. Due to that, there will be no Penta. The 7th race will be at the gate in 17 minutes. They are racing instinctually. Hopped as they kicked it in his last. Hank's a Tank hustling on out for the early lead. Cow Creek Kid flashing speed. Page Perfect part of the early go, as well as a race around the clubhouse turn. Chinecki came away racing in 4th. My Mr. Perfect is 5th and about 7 or 8 off the pace as they work around the turn, shaded to the outside by Einstein's Go, still 6 back to War Trinkets, and then Instinctually is right there, 5 or 6 back to My Miley's Vow, who's at the back of the pack. 5.5 furlongs to go. They really start to spread out here. About 15 or 16 lengths top to bottom, the quarter, 23 and 1. It is Cow Creek Kid doing the business with Hank's a Tank. They head up the backside, and right there in the thick of things, too, is Chinecki. Page Perfect in the red jacket is 4th and about 3 off the pace. Einstein Ghost is 5th. Einstein goes into the catbird seat there from 5th and about 4. Back to My Mr. Perfect, who starts to stoke up a rally. Still nothing yet from War Trinkets and Instinctually, who races a team into the far turn run. And last still My Miley's Vow. Half mile 47 and 1. They race around the turn, and it's Cow Creek Kid showing the way. Chinecki second, continuing to grind away to the outside is Einstein's Ghost. Even further out as they reach the top of the home stretch, here comes My Mr. Perfect. So at the top of the home stretch, Cow Creek Kid will whip him in. Cow Creek Kid off the turn a length. Here comes Einstein's Ghost up the inside to challenge. Einstein's Ghost to the inside. Cow Creek Kid to the outside. 4 lengths further back to My Mr. Perfect. 1/16 to go. Cow Creek Kid, the son of Bucaro, is striding forward here. Cow Creek Kid's going to give Dela Cruz 3 on the card. Einstein Ghost was second. A few lengths further back to My Mr. Perfect. And from the clouds, My Miley's Vow route. Cow Creek Kid back in against Indiana Breds, gets it done there in the sixth race as we move on to race number 7. Race number 7, a race taken off of the turf, originally scheduled mile on the turf for the maiden filly 2-year-olds, will be a mile 70 on a track listed as good. It's drying out here this afternoon and playing very fairly, in fact. And race number 7, with that coming off the turf, we have a lot of scratches here in this race. Numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 15, 16 are out. The 11 main track only draws in, as does the 14 finance here in the 7th. Pretty good field, from a few of them well-bred in here, some good connections. All in all, for what's left in the race, a very well-matched race. I'm going to go with a horse right now, currently co-favorite at 5-2, number 10, Actus, as my top pick. It's one we'll talk about first. She's a royally bred daughter of Hard Spun out of a Mr. Greeley mare and was a $150,000 yearling purchase here for Tom Amos. Joel Politi, the owner. Of course, Joel Politi we've known with that filly that started right here, ended up winning the Kentucky Oaks, and Serengeti Empress. He's had several horses with Tom Amos over the years do very well, and Actus is one I believe they thought highly of as well. They took her to Saratoga with her for the summer with them, and she debuted at the 5.5 furlong distance, was 4th. That was a loaded race that day, and then came back, stretched her out on the turf, and showed speed before flattening out. Now, then they come, Saratoga concluded, they came back home, shipped up from Louisville, tried to get this horse on the turf the last couple of times, and this is, in fact, the 3rd straight race where the races have been taken off the turf that she's tried to be in. She was 3rd in behind Conceit, 2 starts back. Last start just missed to More Carrots there that day on October 9th, and More Carrots, I believe, was trained by Ian Wilkes. But Actus is a good-looking filly there in the paddock. She was a $150,000 purchase. She has Strong's connections, been training forwardly, and like I said, she tries every time. She's breaking to the outside and does have a little bit of speed. I don't think she'll necessarily have to need the lead, but I don't think Tom's going to probably want Marcelino to get packed out wide either. So they may try to squeeze on her early here in race number 7. Now, even further out, number 14, Finance. Danny Sheehy has the call here for Kelsey Danner. And this one is a debuting daughter by Tacitus, and been working where most of Kelsey's horses are at throughout the summer and fall and, of course, winter, pretty much year-round now at Turfway Park over the all-weather surface. Now, this one has been training forwardly there. It was a $50,000 September yearling purchase. Decently bred arch mare named Honeymoon Cruise, who was a stakes winner in her own right. She's had one other to the races. It was a winner. This is her second foal to make it to the races. And Finance. Like I said, Kelsey's always very dangerous, 6-1 here on a first-time starter. She's going to be represented in the Breeders' Cup coming up in Del Mar this weekend with a young horse, and I believe Ground Support maybe is the horse's name, but she always does well with everything. I think she really excels with young horses and always has her first-time starters keyed up and well-prepped and prepared, and this one is no different. You'll see the horse is very professional in the paddock. She takes her time with the horses. She schools them very well, and Finance is not turning a hair in the paddock, and 7-1 is a huge value, I believe. For third, number 11 at 7-2 is Legit Chick. This comes from a barn of Steve Dunn. Steve Dunn has shipped in his horses here for years to Horseshoe Indianapolis and been based much of the time at High Point there in LaGrange, Kentucky, and always has done very well. Was a longtime trainer for Swifty Farms. He's won several stake races here, and he's another one that does well with his horses. He takes his time. He's a very hands-on horseman. In fact, got on his horses for a long time himself, but debuted this one. For Steve to take this one to Churchill, he had to think a lot of the horse. Now, the horse was ignored, did show speed, kind of flattened out at 50-1 odds on debut. He didn't drop the horse. He still had faith in the horse. He brought it to Indiana, run it in a maiden special weight. And the horse run a bang-up race. Probably was the best horse. Didn't have the greatest trip. Had an awkward beginning, and Legit Chick was second, beating 4 3/4 lengths and stretching out. I think the horse, according to pedigree, probably wants some more distance. Authentic out of the Mineshaft mare. This is one you think you need to use. Steve Dunn entered this horse for the main track, hoping the race did come off, and it did. So a lot of times we see these main track onlys draw in and do very, very well. And Legit Chick's getting some support at the windows. I'm going to throw this horse in here. If you're playing the Pentafecta or the final pick 3 of the day, those are the 3 I would use. So as they come out to the racetrack, I'm going to go 10, 14, 11 here. And race number 7 at the Shoe. Post time in just a few. Good luck. Up on the track here for race number 7, off the turf, mile 70 on this good main surface. Take out the 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 15. Off the also, the 11 and 14 both draw in. Race 7, win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta, pick 3 wagering. Please note the pentafecta. All those scratches will not be offered here. Race number 7, mile 70. To start the final pick 3 of this beautiful Thursday here at Horseshoe Indy. And the Philly 2-year-olds have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Leslie's Time coming up. Actis moving in. Legit Chick, daughter of the Authentic, coming up for Steve Dunn and Brian Casey's BC stable. Tacitus's daughter, Finance to the outside. Here's Finance, conditioned by Kelsey Danner, will come up to the outside. They're at the post. They are racing. Dublin Drop with alert beginning. Legit Chick, the main track only flashing speed. And Leslie's Time on the stretch out will go with them. These three lead the charge into the clubhouse turn. So up top to the inside, Dublin Drop from between horses. Leslie's Time, and continue to track 3 deep on the run around the first turn is Legit Chick. 3 or 4 lengths further back, Actis settles along in the 4th position. Starlit Sky is 5th, and 5 or 6 back to Finance, who is 6th and trailing. They turn up the backside, 5.5 furlongs to go. The quarter on the board, 23 seconds flat. So it's Dublin Drop confronted by Leslie's Time. No twist in the plot. Legit Chick still parked to the outside of them, and Actis taking in proceedings from 4th. Starlit Sky is 5th within striking range, still 3 or 4 back to debuting Finance. They pass the half-mile stage in 47 and 2. Up on the outside, Legit Chick and Leslie's Time, they hook up. That's all for Dublin Drop. Here comes Actis for Joel Politi racing up into 3rd. Right on her back is Starlit Sky, moves a closer 4th as Finance relegates Dublin Drop to the trailing position. They continue to race around the turn just outside the quarter to go. And here comes Actis calling for the lead. Actis with that mid-turn move opens up 2.5 lengths. Starlit Sky has raced up into 2nd towards the top of the home stretch. 3/4, 1:13 and 2. And Actis comes roaring off the turn by the furlong grounds. It's Actis opening up by 3 by 4. Starlit Sky is left in her wake with a 16th left to go. Actis is drawing clear, and Actis, what a joint effort here by Politi, Amos, and Pedroza, as Actis gets it done. The daughter a hard spun by 2.5 lengths. Starlit Sky was 2nd, long way back to Legit Chick 3rd, and Leslie's Time was 4th. Judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner number 10, Actis. Second, number 7, Starlit Sky. Third to 11, Legit Chick. And finishing 4th, number 8, Leslie's Time. 10, 7, 11, 8. Unofficial top 4 finishers, 10-7, 11-8. Actus now into the circle. As Dave and Shannon take off the overgirth there for number 10, Actus. Here she is, a 2-year-old chestnut daughter by Hard Spun out of the Mr. Greeley mare named Miss Relentless. The winner's owned by Joe Politi, trained by Tom Amos, and ridden to victory by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Number 10, Actus, breaks maiden start number 5, bred in Kentucky by Lantern Hill Farm LLC and Phil Needham. Now, Actus covered the mile 70 on the main, 144 and 2, and returns 340, 240, 210. Exacta 10-7, 1580. The try, $8.75. The double, $12.60. All those scratches, Pentafecta was not offered and refunded. The pick 3, $9.70. Dime Super, 10-7, 11-8, $4.59. Up next, from Horseshoe Indianapolis, race number 8. Race number 8 will cut it back to a 5.5 furlong distance on the main. In race 8, we have a field of 10 Indiana-bred filly 2-year-olds to start the late double in 21 minutes. They are racing. Dublin drop with alert beginning. Legit Chick, the main track only flashing speed. And Leslie's time on the stretch out will go with them. These three lead the charge into the clubhouse turn. So up top to the inside, Dublin drop from between horses. Leslie's time and continue to track 3 deep on the run around the first turn is Legit Chick. 3 or 4 lengths further back, Actus settles along in the 4th position. Starlit Sky is 5th, and 5 or 6 back to Finance, who is 6th and trailing. They turn up the backside, 5.5 furlongs to go. The quarter on the board, 23 seconds flat. So it's Dublin drop confronted by Leslie's time. No twist in the plot. Legit Chick still parked to the outside of them, and Actus taking in proceedings from 4th. Starlit Sky is 5th within striking range, still 3 or 4 back to debuting Finance. They pass the half-mile stage in 47 and 2. Up on the outside, Legit Chick and Leslie's time, they hook up. That's all for Dublin drop. Here comes Actus for Joel Politi racing up into 3rd. Right on her back is Starlit Sky, moves a closer 4th as Finance relegates Dublin drop to the trailing position. They continue to race around the turn just outside the quarter to go. And here comes Actus calling for the lead. Actus with that mid-turn move opens up 2.5 lengths. Starlit Sky has raced up into 2nd towards the top of the home stretch. 3/4, 113 and 2. And Actus comes roaring off the turn by the furlong grounds. It's Actus opening up by 3 by 4. Starlit Sky is left in her wake with a 16th left to go. Actus is drawing clear, and Actus, what a joint effort here by Politi, Amos, and Pedroza, as Actus gets it done. The daughter a hard spun by 2.5 lengths. Starlit Sky was 2nd, long way back to Legit Chick 3rd, and Leslie's AR
10 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. When you're in the sun, it's really not too bad, but the sun going down, the shade with the cool wind is what kind of makes it cold out here. This is like horse heaven, though. Nobody likes, not even the horses yesterday when it was kind of rainy, drizzly, and cold, but today with the sun and the cool weather, they love running this. Let's talk about this maiden special weight, the 8th race. The 2 being out of here. But no other scratches. So 9 horses going postward here in this maiden special weight. And I'm going to go with the 10 on top here. I've got 10-1-7. Dreaming Bonita. A beautiful dream, ladies and gentlemen. Fernando de la Cruz with the hat trick, our leading jockey. You know, back on 10-22, I had this stat for Fox earlier, but I didn't get to use it. But back on 10-22, he got his 100th win of the meet. So he's far past that. He set the record for the most wins in one season. In 2016, he has 132 wins. This is the 5th time in Horseshoe Indianapolis history he has won 100 races or more in one season. He has 2 leading jockey titles here, 2014 and 2016, and he is on track to win for 2025. 2-year-old filly making her 7th lifetime starts. 5 seconds. So if she gets second today, I'm not going to be shocked. This girl loves to get seconds, and this is a perfect time for me to tell you what I always say to people who maybe don't know horses very well, but they know betting, or maybe they're new. Horses are pack animals. They're herd animals. Some of them have the attitude where they'll bite anybody that comes near them, or they cut horses off that try to pass them, but they definitely have the attitude of a leader, or they definitely are a follower. And I'm telling you right now, Dreaming Bonita, she hasn't wanted to pass. You could tell. Some of them, she's like, ooh, am I going to get eaten if I go out front? That's honestly what they think sometimes. But she's in here with a couple that she's ran with today, but the ones that have beat her are not in this race. New group. Nice filly. She's got kind of the tracking running style, but it doesn't matter. That's what she has done mainly. There's been a couple times that she even has taken the lead and gotten all the way around the track. And in the last race, she just gets caught. She added blinkers last time. Better's favorite still beat and was bumped at the start. So I don't think it really matters what this girl does, but let's see if today we can get her done. Fernando's hot. Joe Davis has had a great meet. This 2-year-old filly, she's got to win sometime. You know what I mean? So let's see if we can't get it done here. Then I'm going to go all the way to the inside to Sweet Summertime. Sweet Summertime is 5-1 on the tote board right now. Alex Chard, one of my favorite Frenchmen, aboard here for Miguel Silva. Miguel Silva had a nice day yesterday. Definitely running him well here. This horse flashed a little bit of closing speed. Look at that. Little bit, lot of it. Got off to an awkward start in a 9-horse field. Ended up 8th at the jump by 10 lengths. Just hacked away at him. 8 lengths, 5.5. Ends up losing by a length. If this horse hadn't missed that break, this would have been this definitely would have been a win. You know, this one tried in July. They gave it some time, came back in October. Obviously helped because, you know, almost won that race. So I love that late kick about this horse on the inside. Just chill back, let him go, make a move. Then the 7, 'Tis Wine Time. And you guys, after pulling triple duty today, it is wine time for me after this race. Andre Ua is aboard for Tony Granitz. Tony, I can't say enough about him. Tony Granitz is just one of my favorite people. He's got this 2-year-old filly by Vacoma. Love Vacoma. My favorite sire of all time is Tis Now. Ooh, the 3 feels good. You see that? Who is that? Moonlight Girl feels real good. The sire, Vacoma, is just such an impressive sire. 23% with first-time starters. The dam, Tis Elusive, not shocker because Tis Now is one of the best ones there ever was. 3 of 4 starters have been winners. 2-year-olds, Tony hits at 23%. Yeah, he knows how to get it done. 36-4 from the gate on October 24th. 48-4 breezing October 18th. Another gate work. Nothing crazy, but good to get through the gate. That looks like it was the first time you put her through the gate. Yeah, so that's okay. Take it nice and easy out of the gate that first time, and then she did a lot better after that. I just love her. She's literally physically not jumping out at me, but look at her walking around there like this is no big deal. It's the first time I've ever run There's a bunch of horses in here. She looks so chill, confident, ears pricked, watching what people are doing, but her movements are very confident. She's just taking a stroll in the park right now. It's going to be very interesting to see, even with the 3 jumping out up and acting crazy in there. She is just, look at her, just staring off, checking it out. I'll be interested to see how she works with how she starts moving once, jockey legs up and they start heading to the track. Watch her in the post parade. But it's no shocker that she's the favorite right now. She's definitely acting like a classy lady right now. 2-1-7 for me here in the 8th race. There's 5 minutes to post. Remember, this is the last thoroughbred race, but you still got to look forward to my sweet Martha coming up next in the 10th. Good luck.
Philly 2-year-old Indiana bred stepping trackside for race number 8 to start the late double. This is a state-bred Philly 2-year-old 5.5 furlong dirt race for a purse of $36,000. In this race, number 2, Brooklyn Benny is out. Number 2, Brooklyn Benny has been scratched. 9 left to go. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, daily double, and also the pentafecta. That 10-cent grand high fives offered here. That pool almost already $2,000. Get them in. Field of 9 here for race number 8 to start the late daily double. Post time in just a couple of minutes. Approaching the gate, less than a minute. Loading in here for the 8th. Philly 2-year-old Indiana breds to travel 5.5 furlongs. 3-2 on Dreaming Bonita, 9-5, now 2-1 on Sweet Summertime. Tis Wine Time opened up at a short price, drifted back up to 4-1. Swifty Farms, Athena the Swift. Debuting daughter of Tacitus. More Than Ready mare. Coming up, Athena the Swift. Jose Gutierrez up for Gennaro Garcia. Now goes in. Dreaming Bonita coming forward to the outside. They are at the post. They are racing. Rocket start once again for Golden Creek, who barrels on out. The debuting Athena the Swift, also fleet-footed as well as they head up the backside. And joining that one on the run down the backstretch is Stay Misty For Me. So it's Athena the Swift, Stay Misty For Me. Those two stride for stride. Tis Wine Time is third. Up to her outside is Golden Creek there from fourth. Sweet Summertime is fifth. Dreamin' Bonita is sixth with about 5 lengths to raise. Couple lengths further back as they work around the turn to Royal Tierra Obdiev's Agenda. And at the back of the pack early as they continue to race around the turn. At the quarter was 22-4. 3 across the course as they come towards the top of the home stretch. And with a quarter mile to go, they're 3 across the course with Golden Creek sweeping up to the outside. Still fighting down the inside. Stay Misty For Me. And now Tis Wine Time starts to uncork there with a furlong to go. Tis Wine Time will have to brace for the challenge of Sweet Summertime, but with a 16th left to go, Tis Wine Time is in front by a length. Sweet Summertime's going to try to make it close with a late line lunge, but Tis Wine Time won it by 3 parts of a length. Sweet Summertime was next, a half a dozen or so. Back to Obvious Agenda, then Dreamin' Bonita, 106-1. Tis Wine Time uncorking that furious stretch rally. The daughter of Acoma gets it done. She has a bright future, winning at first asking in 106-1. Tis Wine Time, you see there in the slow-mo. Geared down as Andre Shuova celebrating that win as they cross the line there. Number 7, Tis Wine Time, posted as your race winner. Second, number 1, Sweet Summertime. Third, number 4, Obvious Agenda. Fourth, number 10, Dreaming Bonita. And fifth goes 6, pace-setting Stay Misty For Me. 7-1-4-10-6, 7-1-4-10-6. Tis Wine Time takes out the opening leg of the late daily double. Again, she's by Vacoma out of a Tis Now mare, so plenty of pedigree here for this $63,000 October yearling purchase at $7-1-4-10-6 for the Pentafecta. 3-1, 2-1, 10-1, 2-1, 13-1 for that 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta. The winning combination unofficially 7-1-4-10 and 6. 'Tis Wine Time. Into the winner's circle, bright future here for this one. Well prepared by Tony Granitz to win at first asking. Here she is, number 7, 'Tis Wine Time. Good looking 2-year-old bay daughter by Vacoma out of the 'Tis Now mare named 'Tis Elusive. The winner is owned by Panic Stable. Well prepared by Anthony Granitz to win and ridden to victory by Andres Ulloa. 'Tis Wine Time. Home winner 106.20 seconds. End up drifting to 3-1, 860, 460, 320 on the winner. Exacta 26.60, 50-cent try, $30. The double 10 and 7, 28.40. Dime Super 1780, pick 3, 24.10, pick 5, 172.10. Pentafecta $66.05. Now the Itoba $1 pick 4, $145.50. Up next, race number 9 from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race number 9. Scratch the 11 and 12. 11 and 12 are out. Jockey change for the 5. I Run Quicker. Make it Peñalosa. 9th race to close out the show with a quarter horse Pentafecta in 17 minutes. They are racing. Rocket start once again for Golden Creek, who barrels on out. The debuting Athena the Swift, also fleet-footed as well as they head up the backside. And joining that one on the run down the backstretch is Stay Misty For Me. So it's Athena the Swift, Stay Misty For Me. Those two stride for stride. 'Tis Wine Time is third. Up to her outside is Golden Creek there from fourth. Sweet Summertime is fifth. Dreamin' Bonita is sixth with about 5 lengths to raise. Couple lengths further back as they work around the turn to Royal Tierra Obdiev's Agenda. And at the back of the pack early as they continue to race around the turn. At the quarter was 22 and 4. 3 across the course as they come towards the top of the home stretch. And with a quarter mile to go, they're 3 across the course with Golden Creek sweeping up to the outside. Still fighting down the inside. Stay Misty For Me. And now 'Tis Wine Time starts to uncork there with a furlong to go. 'Tis Wine Time will have to brace for the challenge of Sweet Summertime, but with a 16th left to go, 'Tis Wine Time is in front by a length. Sweet Summertime's going to try to make it close with a late line lunge, but 'Tis Wine Time won it by 3 parts of a length. Sweet Summertime was next, a half a dozen or so. Back to Obvious Agenda, then Dream.
Well, just one more race to go on the Thursday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's a nice little quarter horse maiden for 3-year-olds and up. And before we talk about the horses in this upcoming race, I would love to give a shout out to Tim Eggleston and his team. They handled a real nice field of 2-year-olds yesterday, sweeping the exacta with Remember the Queen over Sydney Jack. And I'll tell you what, that was a really good finish for both of those talented fillies. Remember the Queen had a terrible start. The previous race in her trial for the Governor's Stakes, she reared up and lost all chances. And I said, well, if she has some good girl behavior, I think she's a very likely winner. And sure enough, she behaved herself perfectly. Sydney Jack has been good all season, so congratulations to Eggleston and his owners and the riders and everything. Been a great meet for that group. All right, well, today, like I said, we do have another quarter horse maiden. This is 3-year-olds and up. They're going to be traveling 330 yards. We do scratch both of the also eligibles. That's 11 and 12. So let's see what we've got to close out our live racing week here at Horseshoe Indy. I'm going to begin with number 3, and that's Dangerous Corona, a 3-year-old Oklahoma-bred filly by Corona's Leaving You, owned and trained by Tony Cunningham. Now, she's run well in her most recent starts. Looks like she's kind of just having a good sophomore season for the barn. She is facing her elders, but I'll tell you what, she seems to team very well with rider Danny Martinez. I think they're going to have a good effort today, hopefully a maiden breaker for that barn. Let's move next to number 10, and that's CC Rel Fast. It's going to make her 13th start. Sometimes with these 3-year-old and up races, you're going to find horses who are in the teens trying to break the maiden. But, you know, I'll tell you one really good thing about this particular mare is that she exits a $26,000 stakes. That was the Distaff Challenge, AQHA Distaff Challenge last month. She did pretty well in that. So obviously she's getting a little bit of a class break in terms of dropping back to the maiden level. 4-year-old Louisiana bred by Majestic Cartel. She's owned and bred by Craig Colthorpe and trained by Jesse Vasquez. Of course, Jesse will give a leg up to her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. Two of them talk about teamwork. That's 100% there with that couple. All right, how about number 8, and that's Coltrane SM. Returns for trainer Cesar Escueda. Now, you know we talked quite a bit about German Rodriguez, who was a very good rider, took out his trainer license this year and is doing well. Well, Cesar hasn't had the number of starts that German has, but he's got a good one with this gelding. And it's 3-year-old gelding by Freight Train B, some good breeding there. Completed the exacta in his most recent 2 starts under rider Carlos Ruiz Cortez. I think he's going to break today with the flipping halter. That could help him just a little bit with a little more focus when that gate opens. Sometimes horses are looking around or not looking straight ahead, and the flipping halter can be helpful in for those particular horses. So we'll see. Coltrane SM, I certainly think, will be in the mix in this maiden. And I'll round up my top 4 with number 9, and that's Dale M. This is a filly. I think she's definitely moving in the right direction for owner, trainer Ezequiel Rodriguez. She's a 3-year-old filly by KVN Corona. That's an AQHA champion racehorse, now breeding and really producing some very, very swift runners. This filly ran her top speed index in her most recent race, which was October 14th. Diego Bocanegra, who normally rides First Call for Natasha Perez, but she doesn't have one in today, is going to ride this filly. So good luck to those connections. Really fun to see people, at this time of the year, to see horses that maybe haven't had the best breaks. Then maybe today is the day they'll break their maiden. So I'm going 3, 10, 8, 9. I do want to throw out one long shot for consideration for your Pentafecta, and that would be number 4, and that's Relentless Annie. Relentless Annie is 12-1 on the morning line, 1 of 2 for trainer Karen Yike. She's a mare sired by He's Relentless, and she's come close. German Rodriguez, who trains, rides, does it all, has the call. So good luck to all. We are going to take tomorrow off, and we'll be back with you Monday, but we certainly hope you have a great weekend and just crush that Breeders' Cup out at Del Mar both Friday and Saturday.
the track for the 9th and final for this week of racing here. 9th race in this race, you're reminded there is a scratch of the 11 and 12. The 11 and 12 also eligibles are out. Jockey change for the 5, I Run Quicker, make it Peñalosa. Peñalosa on the 5, I Run Quicker. 10 to go, win, place, show, exacta, try, super. And also the quarter horse, Grand High 5 Pentafecta. 10-cent base bet for the top 5 finishers here for this maiden race to go 330 yards. Again, a field of 10, don't forget Christian Peñalosa, the jockey for the 5, I Run Quicker. Post time for the 9th and final, some quarter horse action. They'll be flying home in just a couple of minutes. And they've reached the gate. It's post time. Quarter horse maidens to dash 330 yards loading in here. Buried coming up first for Guadalupe. In goes Coltrane SM for Cesar Esqueda. About half of them loaded here. Pretty even betting board. 3-1 slight favorite, Dangerous Corona. CC Real Fast has loaded in. They'll load CC Real Fast in because that one will have a rig on. And about half the field with rigs here. Load in first. Apolitical Hippie. Apolitical Blood. Double D. Wearing those legacy stable silks of Catherine Cooper. It's coming up next. Apolitical Hippie. 28-1. Now goes 31-1 on the board. So 6 in, 4 out, working with Apolitical Hippie. So the 6 with the rigs are in now. Apolitical Hippie goes in. We got Dangerous Corona I Run Quicker, and Dale M still to load. Dangerous Corona going in. Relentless Annie is 22 to 1. Then Anxious in the gate. And some movement there from KLT First Flying. I Run Quicker moving forward. Just waiting on Dale M. Dale M. It was his namesake, but we had a quarter horse jockey here for a long time. Dale M. Berryhill. Hunch play here. Dale M. coming up. They're at the post. They are off. Some crowding down towards the inside. Apolitical Hippie took the worst of it. Clean one, though, for Buried and Dangerous Corona, ratcheting it up the pressure from the far outside. Here's Coltrane SM, who's kicked it into top gear. KLT First Flying down to the wire. Dangerous Corona holding. Dangerous Corona winning. Dangerous Corona won open lengths and a three-way go between Dale M. Coltrane SM, KLT's First Flying was right there, too, and Buried was down towards the inside, but a runaway winner here for Dangerous Corona. Again, Dangerous Corona broke like a shot, flashing that speed right from the outset for this 330 yards, charging late. Coltrane SM, KLT's First Flying, and Fabulous Diva there as well, shifting ground in front of Relentless Annie. And late on the scene, Dale M to the far outside, got up in the frame there too, is 4.5 to 1. Posted as your unofficial winner, number 3, Dangerous Corona at 9 to 2. A three-way, maybe even four-way go for the Miners there. Looked like maybe Dale M from the Rodriguez barn might have got the better of the Bobs there for the second place, but it did take a photo, 3 and a photo on the board. Indeed, result of the photo showed number 9, Dale M, got up to be second. Third was the 8, Coltrane SM. Fourth, number 7, KLT First Flying. And fifth, the 10, CC Real Fast. 3, 9, 8, 7, 10, the Pentafecta, the 10-cent quarter horse grand high five offered here. Numbers are 3, 9, 8, 7, 10. So a couple of 9 to 2 shots on top. The 2.5 to 1 shot third, 9 to 1 finishing fourth, and 3 to 1 finishing fifth. Pretty formful finish there for the Pentafecta, 3, 9, 8, 7, 10. As the 10 win-off favorite, finishing, I guess the 10 was 3 to 1. The 8, Coltrane SM, who finished third, end up going off 5 to 2 with 27,000 in the win pool. The 8 had $6,099 of that. The 10 was $5,300, which makes the 3 9 to 2, co-third choice, paying 11 and change here for Tony Cunningham. Another one of those quarter horse trainers transition over to the thoroughbreds and wins at a decent number here with both breeds, 3, 9, 8, 7, 10. Well, 13. 13 was the lucky number for Dangerous Corona on the day before Halloween here. Number 3, Dangerous Corona. She breaks her maiden in start number 13, as she's been posted as your official winner. In start 13, Dangerous Corona. She's a 3-year-old bay daughter of Corona's Leaving You, out of the Leaving Memories mare named Dangerous Dawn. She's owned and trained by Tony Cunningham and ridden to victory by Daniel Martinez. Dangerous Corona was bred in Oklahoma by Bill Underwood. She breaks maiden, covering the 330 yards in a winning time of 16.972. 16.972 the winning time as she won by open lengths. And at 9-2, she'll get you back 11.20, 5.40, and 3.80. Exacta $82.20. Pick 3 $47.35. Pentafecta $133.55. The trifecta 3, 9, and 8 for 50 cents, $68.35. The double 7 and 3, $39.20. The two Anthony trainers 7 and 3 double. Dime Super $71.58. Well, race fans, that wraps it up for a Thursday edition of Racing from Horseshoe Indianapolis. The fun doesn't stop here, however. Plenty of gaming action continues next door in the casino where the gaming floor is open. Also, the sportsbook is open as well. Plenty of sports wagering opportunities, including simulcast from tracks throughout the country as well. We ask that when leaving the facility, please do so safely. Good night. They are off. Some crowding down towards the inside. A political hippie took the worst of it. Clean one, though, for Buried and Dangerous Corona, ratcheting it up the pressure from the far outside. Here's Coltrane SM, who's kicked it into top gear. KLT first flying down to the wire. Dangerous Corona holding. Dangerous Corona winning. Dangerous Corona won open lengths in a three-way.